Hello everyone.
Hi everybody. Welcome to the 8th round of the World Chess Team Championship. Today we have one match which will maybe, Mihail, will decide the winner of the tournament, which is Russia versus Ukraine. And in that match, Russia, let's see the standings. Now Ukraine, after 7 games, has won 6 games and lost only 1. And they have 12 match points. Russia, on the other hand, has won 5 games and drew 1 and lost 1. So they have 11 points, match points, only 1 point behind of Ukraine. And then on the 3rd place, China with 10 points. They also have won 5 games and lost 2 games. So in Russia-Ukraine match, Mihail, if Russia wins this match,
that's it. They have Egypt in the last round.
That's it, because in the last round they played with edge against Egypt, and for sure they will beat Egypt if there is no, miracle. Or
even
actually there can be miracles, or there can be big surprises, because Turkey has beaten Russia, you remember, in European Championship. So why not?
Actually, yesterday Ukraine was close to losing against Egypt.
Yeah.
So, but maybe one more miracle.
But if Ukraine wins, then
that's it.
For sure, they will be the winner of this championship. But in case of a tie,
the draw is much more.
In case of a draw, 2-2, then it will be interesting, because in the last round, Ukraine is playing against Armenia, which is one of the most strongest team in this championship.
Even though not that
they
well,
don't have
results, very good,
but they can beat anyone,
of course,
very easily. So they play against Armenia, Ukraine. Russia plays against Egypt. So in case of a loss against Armenia from Ukraine, then Russia will win this championship. So let's see the pairings, if you want. Mihail,
yes. So today's pairings, the most important pairing today is Ukraine plays white against Russia. Oh, white? I thought Ukraine would be black. Okay.
Yeah,
Ukraine plays white against Russia. So actually we would be following all 4 games.
Yeah.
Because it's like the most interesting and the most important match of the tournament, I would guess.
Yeah.
So Ivanchuk Vasily is playing white against Vladimir Kramnik, who, even though after kind of a disappointing start of his team and his own results were not that good, he had 2 rest days. And then he started beating everyone.
Yeah.
So yesterday he beat Giri in his style, actually, and before that he beat Alexander Ipatov with black. So 2 wins in a row, and now he's playing against Ivanchuk. So the leader of Russia's team is back. On board number 2, Sergei Karyakin is playing white against Anton Korobov, who had a very tough win yesterday against Azat Mohamed.
Yeah.
He was white, and maybe he was even losing at some point in time trouble. But in time trouble, he was better, and his opponent just collapsed in complications. But it was anything could have happened there. So I'm not sure in what mood Anton is playing today. And he's black against Sergei Karyakin, who is very strong with white.
Yes.
He beat everyone with white, even Kramnik in Petrov defense with a beautiful piece sacrifice. Okay, so board number 3, Moiseyenko Alexander is playing Grishchuk Alexander. We have a derby, 2 Alexanders playing each other.
Yeah.
So, and on board number 4, Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing white against current Ukraine champion Krivoruchko Yuri, who yesterday won and brought victory to Ukraine. So even though I think he was worse at one point, so 2 games where Ukraine won yesterday, they were at some point very disturbing positions.
So they were really in difficult positions.
Yeah, Ukraine could have lost yesterday actually.
So they saved, but of course the experience.
So yes, of course.
They had the experience and also more high.
Moiseyenko was losing yesterday. He had close to losing end game.
Yeah.
So
he drew this rook ending.
Yes, rook ending was already I think almost a draw, but before that he miscalculated something. He was in big trouble. So at one point, Ukraine was in a very bad shape yesterday. But, well, they won anyway.
So let's not waste time. What do you say?
Let's go. Let's go. Just other pairs: Netherlands, Armenia, Turkey, USA, Germany, China, another important match for the medals.
Also on this match.
And Egypt, Azerbaijan, not a very important match, and I guess no surprises would be there. So let's start with Ivanchuk playing white against Kramnik. So E4.
This is also in a way the revenge of the candidates, but they have played before that, after that, you know.
Oh,
in the
yes,
Championship.
yes. John is
Kramnik
talking
took the revenge.
About the last round of London. Dramatic last round. Carlsen and Kramnik lost
both of them.
Yeah, but that was a nice, interesting psychological background there, because Kramnik draw was not a result for him, because he had to win that game, because according to additional coefficient, Carlsen was better, and Carlsen was white, so he can make a draw.
He thought he can win against Schwidler. Carlsen.
No, the thing is, he was not playing. He wanted to always have an option to make a draw. You know, because if Kramnik is not winning, he doesn't need to.
Right.
But if you play for a draw and for a win at the same time, you lose, because you don't make the best moves. You try to keep it solid, and.
But of course, he chose a very risky opening.
Yeah.
The pitch defense.
Yeah. That's what you do if you want to play
modern or pitch. It may be transposed.
So here we have another match against the two. One of the most famous chess players after Kasparov, I would say. So Italian.
Actually, this is also another very important match game between them.
Again, almost world title.
It will decide the world champion, probably that match.
Yeah. So C3 and D4. Now this variation became popular lately.
It became popular lately.
Yeah, I've seen Motelov playing it. I think
so. Probably there are some improvements from white side.
Just it's not easy to find any advantage after D3 in this line. It's very easy to play for. So everywhere computer gives like 0.00, but we have all the pieces on the board, so it's a playable position. So knight C3, castle, bishop E3. This I actually played myself. This line was white. And I wonder what Kramnik will do now. Bishop G4 is an option, but also F6 or even F5.
Can we check who played this position?
Technical reasons we cannot check it, but it's highly known theoretical position. So Bishop G4 is one of the moves. F5 or F6. In any case, white should take on that pawn. So Bishop G4 is also another option.
Bishop G4 played, yes. H3 also immediately played.
Yeah. I had, I played like that against Motelov this year. With black, I got into big trouble. I took on F3. White has to take with the pawn, because D4 pawn is under attack. And now takes. And it's not a very pleasant position for black, but because if you just white will push F4, F5. So probably you would have to meet it with F5 yourself. Then your white squares become very weak.
And also white
always has a plan of C4. White always can open the situation on the queen side.
And also look at this bishop on B6.
The bishop, that's why actually in the game I played knight E7 and pushed C5 as quickly as possible. So try to get some counterplay. But it was highly unpleasant position, and for myself I decided if I get this position in the future, I should consider playing F6 or F5 instead of this, just because of this. But maybe black can go to the bishop H5, yes, also another reasonable option.
Yeah, but there is, not G4 maybe.
Sorry?
G4.
Yes, G4, but that was for sure prepared by both players.
Yeah. Yes, but I'm pretty sure it will be very tactical, very aggressive game. What do you think?
Yes, I think
this opening choice from Ivanchuk's side, he is ready for a tactical and
Yeah, and now it's important to realize
he made
who surprised whom.
look
you know?
at it, look
Who
at
is
this
better?
Queen C2. Is it something new or is it
No, I think that's exactly what I just played few in
Interesting
Maze's game. I
Yeah.
forgot the move order. I think maybe this was my game. And Bishop takes f3 now and knight c3, b takes c3. I think this
No,
was.
I'm thinking why not bishop g6?
Why not?
But now knight,
no,
knight
queen
h4. Well, no,
b3.
knight h4 is not
Bishop
possible.
g6.
Why queen c2?
Why not queen b3? Because the d4 pawn was hanging. So you want to go bishop g6, yes?
Because if I go bishop g6, what is the white's plan?
I'm thinking bishop.
Bishop
no.
d3, not
No,
possible.
bishop
Knight
d3.
b4.
Yes. I completely forgot what I looked at in this position. Or
This
maybe
is-
now queen b3.
This is the
You don't have bishop
maybe
f3 anymore.
knight e7. But now if I knight e7, then you have knight h4.
Yeah.
Yes, attacking this
Yeah.
bishop.
Still, this is not over, but
Still very yeah.
yeah. So just forcing the bishop to g6, where it's not attacking the knight anymore.
So
So-
maybe bishop g6 is not the move.
So
F5,
there is nobody at
Is
the
it
board.
possible f5?
There is nobody. There is a cat.
Yeah, there is nobody, but there is a cat.
There is a cat on
Yeah.
the playing hall, and the fly over
visiting
here.
this Russia-Ukraine match.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
he heard that it's very.
Yeah, very
Today
important
there is
match.
a-
Yeah.
We have also a fly, here,
Flying around,
bothering
checking.
us.
Yeah,
a chess playing fly.
yeah.
Very interested
Chess
in the
fan.
games. Yes.
So
he wants to look. They want to look if they became two. These flies.
Vladimir is thinking, okay, Vasily definitely surprised Kramnik, because I don't know if anyone in the world can guess what Vasily is going to play. He's such unpredictable player. He knows literally all the openings. He can play every opening, and that's why he can easily surprise his opponents.
And also today, he looks very determined. He plays very fast. Usually, he never plays such openings with
Yeah,
such
so he definitely
speed.
surprised Kramnik.
He surprised Kramnik with this opening
And that's
choice.
a good sign.
Actually, Mihail, what I was thinking of when I see this kind of opening choices which surprises the opponent, why Anand didn't choose this kind of different openings against e4, e5?
You need to be more specific.
But he always used the same opening lines which he used to play. So Carlsen was prepared against this.
Yeah.
So he didn't have any difficulties to equalize with this, but he couldn't use this weapon of surprise.
But then he did with d4 and Nimzovich with f3 variation.
Yeah, one game. But he got a very good position.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. Just maybe e4 was a mistake. You can ask Kasparov if e4 is a good move to play in a world championship match.
Really?
Well,
you think
because
E4
of Berlin.
But
lately.
against e4, e5, that's what I'm trying to say. E4,
Bishop
e5,
c4.
he could choose, for example, Scotch opening.
Yeah.
Any different kind of, which was not going to be a Berlin. What do you say, fly? It was also, let's ask him. Okay.
So I'm sure he tried. He realized all of that he has to surprise him. But it would appear that Carlsen was ready everywhere with a solid line and everything. So. Of course, he had a team. He had long time to think. I think he tried but there are two players playing. You want to do one thing, but there is opponent who knows what you're up to. Clearly, Carlsen also knew what Anand wanted to do. So they both realized what was happening.
But he didn't have any surprising, one game f3, and he had a very good position.
Yeah.
You see the surprising move f3, but at the end, in the others with e4, he didn't have this.
Yeah.
Actually, strategy.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's move on.
So, all right, Kramnik is thinking that's a good sign for Ukraine's team.
Queen c2 maybe a new move.
No, I don't think so.
Is not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So Moiseyenko, Karyakin Korobov.
Yeah.
Quite unexpected, Karyakin is usually very good in open openings. And
Korobov's choice, yeah.
Bishop e2, all right. So actually Karyakin had a bad loss against Topalov in
this line.
In similar line, yeah. And oh no, it was not Paulsen, it was Naitov. Sorry, my mistake. He didn't actually get. He played against Safarli here. He played King b1 just to try to surprise him, but g4 was the main move. So I think Korobov just wants Karyakin to prove his analysis again.
Yeah.
And Bishop e2, that is a rejection.
Yeah.
To do so.
He didn't.
And now Bishop e3, he wants to transpose to regular Scheveningen.
Yeah.
But Black has some decent options
Bishop
here.
Bishop b4.
Bishop, yes, actually the normal position is like this, and now Bishop b4.
Mm-hmm.
And now
but he played early Bishop e3. So
yes, but now there is a b5 square. I don't think you can play.
Now the knight b5 is possible. Afterwards a3.
No, it's not.
So
working.
This Bishop b4 is not.
So a6 is definitely the main move here, but you know, I think Korobov is a little bit surprised because on high level, I can't even recall a game lately with this Scheveningen system.
And also on
with Bishop e2. Bishop e2, it's you never see this position at top level at all. You know, they try to play Bishop g5 or English attack, but Bishop e2 is not a fashionable move for many years, I think. So that is why Korobov is slightly surprised.
I think Adams is playing this.
Yeah, he always plays Bishop e2, but he doesn't play that often, I think. And if you see a Sicilian, you usually see Najdorf with e5, and White doesn't play Bishop e2 like never, at least. Right? Or you have Bishop g5 crazy variations.
Yeah.
But you don't see Bishop e2, so that's a kind of a surprise, but that is in no way means that Black is in trouble. You know, it's a well-known theoretical position. Actually, Black has some even this is possible now.
Maybe it's a little bit.
And the thing is, after takes, d takes, and White would want to have his extra tempo with his bishop on. So, for example, if here to do this, to castle, a6, and let's say king h1, and now b5, takes, I want to show you the difference. So bishop is not on e3, but the king is on h1, which seems to be not good. But now the queen is coming to g3 through e1, and there is no check on this diagonal, and this bishop from c1 can then jump someplace else. And now queen e1 and queen g3 and f5 is not a very dangerous line for Black. Oh no, maybe some. Wait, first this pawn is hanging. I'm not sure about the precise move order, but in many cases bishop e3 might not be the best move in those positions. So I think Korobov is now choosing whether to play regular Scheveningen, which he can obviously do, like a6, bishop e7, d6, normal Scheveningen, or he can try to prove White wrong with this bishop e3 move.
But against a6, maybe White will play f4. What do you think?
Or maybe
because
White
now he didn't castle, he played bishop e3.
Oh, maybe
this is the
that's his idea.
Know? This is the idea.
Maybe
I
he
was
wants
thinking.
to play this.
Yes, that's why actually he's thinking.
Oh, it makes perfect sense, because if you want to castle short, you don't play bishop e3. You castle
that's
because
what I was thinking,
bishop e3, as I say, not out. So all right.
So he delays castling, and then
his Karyakin is definitely at least trying to scare Korobov with this f4, queen d2, and long castle.
Exactly.
It's very interesting game could we expect after if this happens. So now Korobov, I think he played the
actually
move.
On that match, it may be that Russia wants to win with white pieces on the second and the fourth board, of course, with
as usually,
and Karyakin. It's usually the teams they decide to win on with the white pieces, which is very normal thinking.
Actually, that's why very often in team championships, white you lose the match because white lost. Because you play white, you're supposed to play for a win. You push too hard and you lose.
Exactly.
So
Also, sometimes other people, when they lose, you are supposed to force. You know.
Yeah.
What happened in that Nakamura's game, for example, against Mayer? You remember? It was equal position.
No, but the match was already won by USA. Just Nakamura was playing for a win.
But for a while, I checked the game. They repeated the moves, but
and then Mayer
changed the repetition.
Yes, I agree, but I don't think that Nakamura would have repeated that.
It was
position.
one. It was not 2.5.
No, it was 1 point difference.
Okay.
So if Mayer would have won,
so
they
it
would
wouldn't change.
There was
maybe
no
Mayer wanted to win this.
Maybe for a second, but he made a bad move and just.
He lost the pawn immediately.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm not. I didn't check that position carefully, but I think there was a way for White to avoid repetition.
Well, I'm not sure. This
Given the
night ending, you mean?
No, when
last position.
No, I mean when Mayer rejected the repetition. I think if he knight b3, knight c5 was played, something like that.
Something like this. Yeah.
I think there was a way for White to avoid this repetition and still try to win. So I'm not entirely convinced that Nakamura would.
But Nakamura repeated the moves. Mayer didn't.
But he repeated it once. It doesn't mean that he would have repeated it twice.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Anyway. These are the team championship details, you know, which are not common when you play alone.
So in this position, Korobov still thinking.
Yes.
Let's move to Moisenko, Grichuk. What do you say?
Yes, I agree.
Oh, this
Grichuk, Grunfeld,
game.
Takes, C takes D, and C5. Okay. Maybe C6 is a more common move, but all right. C5, knight F3, takes, and Queen B6. And Moisenko is thinking.
He played a move. He just made a move.
I think knight b3 is the only move, isn't it?
Knight b3, yes,
what
probably.
Else? Give away the b2 pawn.
I don't see.
Can you check the theory in this position?
Yes,
while we consider some other position, because it's extremely important to know, you know, is it a novelty, is it a surprise by Grichuk, or what is going on there? So, and we go to board number, Karakin Castle short. I'm surprised actually. Karakin just Castle short.
What was the move of?
A6 he played.
A6 and short.
Short. And now black has decent options, B5, you know, forcing things. Or just regular Scheveningen, where there are no problems for black, I think. So now I think Nepomniachtchi is supposed to win this.
Yeah.
He's playing, I think, quite a good tournament here. He won some games. So C4, E5, Bishop C5, and Knight takes C5. I thought that Bishop C5 is not considered good in any of these sort of positions just because of this trick, but maybe Yuri would prove me wrong. Bishop G2, D6, and Bishop F4 was played. They both spent about 10 minutes each, so, but honestly, I don't like these positions for black. I don't understand what to do here for black, you know. Black is very solid, black can go. Oh, Yuri is considering exchanging queens.
Queen D4.
Queen D4. Because black doesn't have enough space. So for example, if you do move like that, for example, castle, even this is highly unpleasant. You have to take.
And also maybe you can play knight a4, this bishop.
Yeah, maybe try to trap that bishop.
Two bishops.
That's why I don't. This is a lasting advantage for white.
Exactly.
Just the pawn on c7 would
without
be always
any risk.
weak, without any risk whatsoever. But also, you're right. We can just trap the bishop.
This is
a big advantage, I think. I don't know.
With two bishops, especially with the g2, look at this.
So maybe after castling, black will have to do a move like a6, maybe. But that's why I don't like this position. White has space. White has outpost on
what
d5.
Was the opening, Mikhail?
Sicilian with surprising move bishop c5.
The reverse.
And now
the reverse Sicilian. Knight
and now honestly, I always thought that in all of this always not good. That was my assumption.
And also it was played very fast by two players.
Not very fast. They both spent about 10 minutes
But
each.
still,
So
he was not surprised. Because if you are surprised, maybe you may think a bit longer. What do you think?
So what? Queen h5 is another option.
Queen h5.
Queen
this is
h5.
actually normal to play.
Queen h5, but I castle.
If you castle,
So you
maybe.
cannot. Some knight.
But now bishop h3
The
not
b7
possible.
is
b7
hanging,
is
yes.
hanging.
So, and knight g4 is not probably. Maybe it's working, but it doesn't look very good. Still the b7 is hanging. No, that's just not good.
Also.
So yeah, that's not right. And bishop h3 is not. It's also not working at the moment. Takes, b8 and check, and probably not good. So maybe castle, castle. But now just even the same to play this position. Now I'm ready to exchange those bishops. Maybe black can hold here, but I just don't
But now
like
maybe
this.
black can hold. You're right, because he can change this.
If he exchanges all the pieces,
yes.
then yeah. Also queen d4, but to me it looks a little bit artificial.
I think he just made the move. Because
Yeah, I think he played queen
he
h5.
left
but
table.
Queen e6.
This is interesting.
We completely missed this idea.
Doesn't it look weird a little bit?
Yes, it
because
is.
he blocks this bishop on c8, you know.
No, this
The
is
queen
very
on e6.
precise approach. I think he has. So what do I? Oh, okay, but honestly, I don't like this.
c4 is a threat, but
I don't like this move. You know, I can go b3, but
or
then
queen
maybe
d3, even queen d3 is
or
possible.
knight d5.
Knight d5 maybe takes bishop b4 check, and then what?
Bishop
Then he
d2.
simplifies the position.
No, but the c7 pawn is.
Yeah, always weak.
You
Right.
no, you actually need that bishop on b6 in that position.
You're right.
So I am ready
So
to
knight
exchange.
d5 is a possibility here.
I don't like. I
But
think
knight
white
d5,
has,
black will take it for sure, because you attack c7 pawn.
yeah.
Takes, but maybe bishop takes, or maybe.
No, I just take. I just like
Can I
this
take also with the queen?
with the queen.
I don't know.
No, but I will not ignore you here.
Yeah, maybe
so
you will
no,
not do
it's
anything. So it's bishop or
black doesn't
pawn.
have space.
Pawn
I
takes.
don't want to. Maybe
But
queen
f6.
Queen d2.
Maybe this is not such a big deal. What do you think? You think this is a
I think this is an unpleasant position. I don't know. Rook c1.
at least slightly better for white?
Slightly. Maybe this is solid. You know, bishop on b6. You cannot really get rid of it. Bishop on b6, pawn on a5, and just hold that
But
position.
now maybe
But then white
b4,
can-
b4, a4 is coming.
Yes, and then if a5, b5.
a5 maybe is the right move.
And then e4, e5. I don't know. I find this position very unpleasant for black. Very solid, but no plan.
yeah,
you just,
no,
there's
you just
nothing-
wait for
Just
white.
wait for white to improve.
You don't.
That
you,
is
you are
what-
losing the initiative.
So definitely white is better.
But I am sure that this is if you play a move like this, queen e6 in 2 minutes.
no,
you
it
have to-
was not in 2 minutes.
Well, how long he thought?
I don't know, but
He thought
it
for a
doesn't
while.
look like a home preparation, honestly.
don't like
no, they both spent a lot of time right now.
okay.
So they are both playing on their own for sure.
By the way, if you go back to this Moisaenko
Okay.
game, I checked it on ChessBase database.
Yeah.
Lately, there are some games
In which
played
position?
with c5. You know, with the c5 move. You know,
Uh-huh.
this bishop g7, bishop takes f6, and c5.
Mhm.
There are.
Did anyone play knight f3?
Wait a minute. C5. Now, what was the move?
Knight f3 was played.
Knight f3. Okay. C5. D takes c5 played. One knight f3. Yes. Seturaman against Havel
Okay.
in 2013.
Oh, this here.
Knight
was
f3, c takes d4, knight
Yes.
takes d4, queen b6, knight b3, a5, e3,
played. Uh-huh.
and castle
I
short,
see.
castle, queen d2, rook d8.
Actually, I
And the
think.
result is 1-0 in
I
favor of Seturaman.
Mhm.
Which
I
is
think Moisaenko surprised Grischuk. You can tell it by the time spent on the
Mhm.
moves. White spent like 5 minutes or something.
there is another game between Dreev and Melkumyan,
Also this year.
also this year. This is knight f3, queen.
Mhm.
So this is actually probably became popular.
Can you search this position after queen b6, knight b3 because
But this Dre Melkumiam also is an important match. Look at this variation like this.
castle e3, so exactly the same position, and rook d8 was played. Yes.
Yeah.
Bishop e2 and knight c6.
This is played in the game.
No, after e3, black is thinking.
Queen. Knight c6. Knight
Castle,
c6.
yes.
And castle e6.
Queen d2.
Queen d2, knight b4. This is the Melkumian approach to this variation. Bishop f3. And now, interesting move.
Was
knight
it a
takes,
classical game?
Yes.
It was Euro individual. Knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2, which is interesting.
Oh, that's interesting because Moisenko won this European individual.
Yeah.
And probably he saw
knew
this game, and maybe he
also on this line there may be some novelty.
Maybe
it looks strange this position. You know, I didn't like actually this black's position.
Yeah, I think for a Grunfeld player it's very comfortable position. You very often you get this. You are pawn down, but with a strong bishop. And even if black doesn't win that pawn back, black has a lasting initiative.
Yeah.
Just always maybe he has an option of going to different colored bishops at some point. So even if it's analyzed with a computer for white, I think with normal human moves, like I don't know, knight d7, knight c5, rook d8, bishop f5, some normal looking moves, black will have compensation. Probably even, or if not enough, then very close to being enough. So, but the element of surprise is important. You can see Grishchuk's thinking. So he's definitely on his own for now. And I'm not sure if Moisenko is on his own. I think he has deeper knowledge. He has to have. So, good sign for Ukraine here, but not a good sign for Ukraine on board number 4. I don't like Yuri's position.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as I say. It's it's uncomfortable. At least I wouldn't feel comfortable to play that position.
A long-lasting slight edge for white. It will be probably.
So okay, Karyakin Korobov. Oh, Queen e1. I like this variation, and I play it myself. Maybe we'll take a look what's going on here. Oh, but King h1 was not played. That's a detail.
Normally white
plays Queen h1. Yes.
Why white plays King h1? What is the idea? To go with the bishop on g1?
No, just to get away from that diagonal. Actually, this position is not as all Sicilian. It's not forced at all. And we will have some waiting games, waiting maneuvers and everything. But it's very time-demanding position.
But don't you think, after playing bishop b3, you don't need King h1?
Yes, I agree.
If you play King h1,
yes,
then
I agree.
You don't have to.
Okay, I will show you some tricks here. So b5, now this pawn, a3 is, if not right now, then maybe later. Bishop b7, rook e1, normal play, and bishop c6. So, and the thing is, this is a very tricky position because normally white would want to put the bishop on d3 for them to look at the queen side, and then e5, f5. But the thing is that here on bishop d3 there is e5. Sorry, this is a position on the board right now, but I can tell you what would happen next. Probably, at least I would share the idea. So what bishop d3, very normal move, and suddenly black could even be better here. Okay, it's a draw actually. e5. So if you don't take, you got nothing. You take. And now knight h5, intermediate move. Queen moves, doesn't
anywhere.
Queen h3,
let's say, then
and d takes e. And if you move your bishop, I even jump here. That is very good for black. And if you go here, knight d5 takes g6. That's just a draw. So that is the problem. At the moment, you cannot play bishop d3.
Yes.
There is bishop f3 line, but well, you really want the bishop on d3. It makes much more sense than on f3. So here white is making a waiting move, king h1, And the thing is, well, what is the natural move? For example, rook d8 might seem natural to, well, maybe d5, maybe just developing the rook. And now bishop d3 works, because if you go e5 takes knight h5, there is queen f2. And you take, and I win exchange.
This is the trick.
So this is the trick. So this is a waiting move. Now it's black turn. What do you do?
So well, black has to decide.
Black can, there is a plan queen b7 and b4.
But now he doesn't have e5.
But now there is no
He
e5
doesn't
and I
have
go
e5.
bishop d3.
Yeah.
So that's the trick. There is a move rook a e8, very tricky move.
Yes.
And it's also important not to go bishop e3 now because of the same reason.
Again, the same
because
variation.
Same variation.
Knight
Same
h5,
variation.
yes.
But here bishop f3 now is stronger. There is no e5.
Yeah.
d5 is also not good. And actually, there's not much for black rooks to do here anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
And now rook d8 makes sense, the most common move here.
Again back.
Again
Looks
back.
weird, but you know.
We would have these weird maneuvers
Yeah.
because of these tricks with e5.
Very interesting.
Also, there is an option of on bishop d3. Even sometimes that is an option. Knight h5. If you go here, I may repeat the position, and if you go here, there might be stuff like that. You you always have to be careful with that.
I interrupt you.
But in this case,
check the screen. Look at this. The games.
All the Russians.
All the Russians are thinking, and
yeah.
Ukrainians, 3 of the Ukrainians, they are not on the board.
So
on the table.
Yes.
Only Krivorushko, which we didn't like his
Yeah.
position. When we didn't like his position, is thinking.
Yeah. So these are the tricks of this position. And one more trick: bishop f3. So not much to do for rooks here anymore.
Yeah.
And actually now e5 might become dangerous. So rook d8, preparing for the e5. And now, believe it or not, there is knight d5 move.
Very interesting.
And I think white gets advantage after this move. Knight d5, if you take, I take. You move away the bishop. I take on e7.
I'm sorry.
You take on e7 and I play rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot move the queen. You have to give away the queen. Take on d5. But now white would be better after some moves like h4, and then the bishop comes to d3.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not sure about it. And here queen is stronger than two rooks because the king is a little bit exposed. The pawn on d6 is weak, and there is open file here, but you cannot get in with the rook in any way. So these are the tricks. So for now, king h1 doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
but
lot of sense.
It's black to move now. What do you do?
We will see.
Yeah. So these are the tricks of this position, and this is what we have on the board now. So rook a e1 is now the main move here. All right. Why don't we briefly look at other matches?
Okay. Now we spent a lot of time on this match.
Yes.
We can check other.
So the next important match is China-Germany.
Yeah.
On the first board, we have Henkin playing against exchanged Slav again, against Li Chao. Henkin doesn't have a very good tournament as far as I'm concerned here.
Yeah.
He lost with white to Ivanchuk, I think he had like 3 losses. So, and he still goes for this exchange Slav against Li Chao.
This time a little bit he plays more actively. Probably
Actually,
he got
Li Chao lost this with white also to Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
So Ivanchuk beat both of them in this position with black.
Yeah.
So knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, e6. Interesting. Interesting. Normally black goes knight f6,
right.
a6. So what is the idea? The idea is exchanging the bishops. And knight goes to e7. Very interesting.
A new concept.
At least I don't think it's new, but at least I haven't seen it.
For a while.
What is, I never seen this.
You never seen?
No. I'm trying to figure out what is the idea. Is black going to play f5 at some point? I don't think so. But where is this knight going? Maybe the knight is going through f5 to d6?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe maybe knight can go through c8 to b6, where it would be very well placed. So I'm not sure what's the trick with this knight. Why Li considers the knight on e7 to be better than on f6, or maybe not better, but I still cannot figure out the idea. What is the idea?
Let's see what they played. Bishop e8 and now e4.
Maybe he just want to confuse Henkin like Ivanchuk did with both of them.
But now after e4, what do you think about this position? I really don't like too much black's position.
But I still cannot figure out what is the idea of not putting the knight on f6. Why? What possibly?
Maybe he wants to put the knight on g6
and control
or
the
f5,
e5 square.
or f5.
But what is he doing there? I'm not.
After e4, he will attack on the d4 pawn, and on the g6 square, maybe he will go to f8. You remember he was controlling the h7 pawn with this knight on f8.
A little bit artificial looks to me, and probably Henkin tries to prove this whole concept to be wrong for black. Let's take a look. I take. What do you do?
Knight takes probably.
Knight takes.
I'm not sure actually. Maybe queen takes.
Let's take a look at both. Queen takes.
But if you take with the queen,
maybe f5.
F5 or yeah, f5.
This 4 is hanging. Queen e3 probably. Now rook d8. What do you do? Bishop
c4 maybe. Yeah, but this f5 I didn't
no,
like
this
too
doesn't
much.
work. All right. So what
Maybe,
else? Maybe
g6.
G6.
G6 and then knight f5. I don't know.
Knight g6 also idea.
But g6 also is dangerous. What do you think? Because afterwards queen somewhere and then queen
Yes, it
h4,
is.
queen h4 and knight e4, and this is all strange. What do you think?
Yeah. Or maybe that is the idea, you know, if the knight on f6, on e4, black is not forced to do anything about it.
Black maybe will play from the queen side.
Maybe
but how to defend on after e5? Huh? What do you think? There will be an attacker here.
I think I finally figured out the idea. Can that be the idea?
I am not sure.
And the bishop is
what about
coming.
e5 now?
E5 takes.
Take the pawn.
The pawn, queen.
Somewhere.
I don't know. And the bishop
is coming. But knight g5. How do you protect this?
You win something.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So maybe I go. At least I think that is the idea. You know, if white wouldn't have, let's say white plays a3, like regular move. I think that is the idea. Definitely, I'm sure now. There is no knight on f6. The pawn on f6 cuts off.
Without e4, yeah.
And now bishop coming to h5 or g6.
e4 is, I think, dangerous with this diagonal.
But now I take. No, queen e4 is not dangerous. And
you mean now what white's turn? It's
but now I can go bishop h5.
e4. What do you play? No. This is white's turn, no?
No. But I mean, I figured out the idea of knight g7.
Now you figured out.
So that's the and white also figured it out when he sees the bishop coming to e8. He realizes, okay, f6 is coming.
Is coming.
I have no time. I have
or
to
even maybe f5 is coming.
Maybe even f5. But
even maybe
f6
better f5 because controlling e4 square.
Maybe.
And then bishop h5 is coming.
Maybe, yeah. And
because the queen on d6, you don't have knight e5, so I can push f5.
Maybe even f5
easily.
So definitely that's the struggle. D takes e4. I don't know. I think white has initiative. I agree with you.
Well, actually, I think so. This bishop on e8, and I don't like this too much. But maybe
if you take with the knight, I'm not sure about that. Now
maybe queen looks better.
I can
because this knight controls the d5 square.
Yes. So taking with the queen might be better. Now f5 just doesn't work.
Now he has to choose where to go with the knight. Maybe knight g6 now.
Maybe knight g6 and then to f8.
Then to f8, yes.
And then f6 again, and bishop gets out. Maybe.
Or maybe not f6 again, because then he can go with the other knight to e7 and bishop c6.
Maybe. I'm just meaning if you go something like this, I will always have knight f8. So I'm not.
But
really
now
scared
maybe you have to play h6 because otherwise h5, h6.
So I think we propose. So black is passive, but it's hard to break through.
Yeah. Okay.
So board number 2, Dink playing Friedman. All right. So Queen's Gambit declined. Bishop f4, c5. Yes, famous line. Bishop coming to e6. Fe1, Queen b7. All right. Dink is very strong in these pawn structures. He beat Aronian in similar pawn structure. Aronian was too optimistic with bishop c4 and b5 at some point. And this is, I don't like this position for black, even though it's really hard to break through, because white has much more space.
Yeah, but you know, you remember many games played with on this line.
It's very drawish line.
They changed the bishop,
at some point,
then they're doubling the rooks on the a file.
But I think white would move like that, avoiding all the exchanges, and then long maneuvering. H4 useful moves,
as
and maybe
said, Aronian also plays with black pieces, so I'm pretty sure this
very
is
solid,
very drawish actually.
Solid, but I don't see any risk for white. There is a slight risk for black because that pawn on c6 is a potential weakness.
You're right.
But white needs to at least keep some heavy pieces on the board. If black exchanges all the rooks, I think that
also
would be
white
just
has
a
to
draw.
be careful because of this a file.
Yes. Yeah. So all right, not much going on here. All right, so we looked at first two boards. White has slight edge in both of the positions.
Let's go to Turkey, USA.
Turkey, USA. Ipatov is not playing, so on first, and
Solak
Nakamura
Kamsky
is not playing either. Solak is playing Kamsky.
By the way, Ipatov is not playing today, but he will be our guest.
He would be our
around
not a guest, a commentator.
As a commentator for a while.
Yeah,
we will ask him to commentate together with us the games, especially the Turkish team, and also this Russian-Ukraine match.
Yeah, of course.
So
Solak Kamsky. Solak won a pawn and sticks to it, but it seems that I don't like what's going on here.
You don't like?
No, I don't. Oh, I thought maybe d6 was. No, it's a very unclear position here, but I think after even move like d6 here. Oh, knight c2 is coming. Okay, so white would really like to push d6 and force you to take on d6 with the pawn. This way we would have a symmetric pawn structure, but you will have weaknesses on the queen side. If white, but now knight b4, knight c2 coming, and now rook d8, and now d6, rook takes. So if black was forced to take with the pawn, that would be a long-lasting advantage for white due to weaknesses and square on b5. But now white also has a weakness on d4 and the d5 square. So it's not.
But the problem with black pieces are not
well coordinated.
Not well coordinated and not totally developed. Look at this bishop on c8.
Yeah.
And there is also weakness on b6.
b6, constant
double
weakness.
Pawn,
and it's quite easy to play for white. a3 is coming.
Yes. And this, I like these bishops. Look at this f3, f4 bishops.
Yeah.
So I think we can say that
slight
white
edge
has
for white.
Definitely.
I'm not sure about definitely, but slight edge. Slight edge
slight edge.
Because the weakness on d4 is compensated by compensated by the weaknesses on b file for black double pawns. But white is better developed, and black is not coordinated well.
Yeah, e6 has been played. Probably he wants to play knight d5.
Yeah.
In the next move.
It's also not clear what to do about this knight on e2. White needs to come up with some idea now.
Yeah, what to do against knight d5?
I'm considering
a3, knight d5.
I'm considering this.
Knight takes, and bishop takes.
If you take with the pawn, then that's not very good. The c file.
Yeah.
So maybe you take with the rook. But now I can also rook c1.
c1.
But maybe
bishop d7.
I thought this works, but I forgot the pawn was hanging actually. Maybe it's not working. Yes.
But still, maybe you can play this, no? No, e5 is coming.
No.
I was thinking rook d1, but e5 is coming.
Well, maybe rook c1 now, and but it's also risky. You can get in trouble also with white here. So white would have to come up with some idea what to do, because black has a way to improve his position. You know, knight comes to d5, then rook goes back to d8, bishop to d7 to c6. You know, black can improve his position, and white has to figure out what to do next. I can actually see the rook being transferred to b3, for example, like this. You know, and maybe go like that. And then rook d3 takes on d5. Rook b3 could be annoying. So these are the slight edge for white.
Yeah,
Solak
you're
is
right.
better.
I agree.
But that's no surprise when you play Kamsky with white. Somehow he always gets some trouble, dubious positions. But like yesterday, he get very bad position out of the opening against Friedman Daniel. He was here commenting his game, and suddenly Friedman didn't, either he doesn't know what happened to him. He made like few very dubious moves, and suddenly he was in trouble, but Kamsky couldn't win it. But so he always gets these suspicious positions, but then he just keeps on playing, you know, Carlsen style.
He's a fighter.
Yes,
he likes to play with, you know,
and board number 2, Onischuk Yilmaz. Ipatov told me that Yilmaz has 0 points out of 5 games.
Unfortunately,
I was
started very badly. He lost some bad games.
I think he lost all of his games.
Yes, he lost all his games. He needs to have
That's a tough one.
At least a half point. You know, this is, you know, psychological thing in chess. If you lose some games in a row, so you have to make a draw at least.
Just
you know,
to feel better
to get
about
your
yourself.
Confidence back.
Yeah.
So maybe Yilmaz also needs a draw at least. You know, maybe in this game.
But with black against a much higher rated player,
he doesn't have, you know, any weak opponent. He's always playing one of the best players in the world.
Actually, once I had 0 points out of 7 games, but it was my first international tournament in 2001. Really? I had 0 out of 7. Oh. I was so embarrassed, you know. I've seen a new guy is coming, a new, you know, chess fans coming. Looking at, it was a close tournament, you know. He goes to first, what do? You look who's playing, and he sees like, wow, so where is that guy who is losing all the game? And I see a new face. Oh, okay, here he comes, and everyone knew who comes. Where, wow, and looks at me. And funny story, you know, there was a leader in the tournament. He had like 6 out of 7, or maybe 6.5, and I beat him.
Really?
Yeah,
so you showed your actually strength.
In the end, I finally scored some points, but I had 0 out of 7.
You're right. Actually, this happens in chess. It doesn't mean that you are a weak player. It's actually mostly psychological.
Yeah. So, b5, bishop b7. I'm a little bit surprised with this b5. Normally, we've seen game Korobov playing white against Von Valley. So with the knight on c3, b5 makes much more sense, because after a4, b4, you win a couple of tempos. But now, of course, c5 is the main move, and knight c6, no comments here. But now, white gets like, with the knight on c3, white wouldn't play a4 because that's bad. But in this case, knight didn't lose any tempos. It can come to c4 right away.
Actually, you're right. This is interesting. This c6.
Yes, because the bishop on d3.
It's a mistake then. He lost.
No, the a4 pawn is falling.
A4 pawn is falling.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that is home preparation by Mustafa.
Home preparation?
He had 1 hour 28 minutes on his clock with black.
Oh.
So that is probably a theory which Onischuk was not aware of.
So but probably he prepared this line.
Yes.
He checked Onischuk games. He saw that he plays this line, and there is some kind of novelty.
Maybe.
Onischuk,
or maybe just
Onischuk now 54 minutes on his clock, and
now
you must 1 hour 28 minutes, and they made 15 moves.
Yeah, good preparation.
Very good preparation
by Mustafa. And it appears that black is very close to equalizing, though I wouldn't still be so sure, because if white plays like, I don't know, bishop e3, knight d2, knight c4, with that knight on c4, and then e5 might follow, so still black has to be careful, but many pawns are exchanged, no apparent weaknesses.
It's a symmetrical position.
The pawn on b4 is not a weak one.
Yeah, it's symmetrical pawn formation, and also
black just needs to finish his development, and he should be fine.
After castling, probably black will be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's move to Which Azerbaijan?
Armenia, Netherlands, we
Ah,
didn't look.
Armenia.
So Giri Aronyan, actually, very interesting game.
Okay, let's check this.
So Giri yesterday lost to Kramnik, though he had quite a decent position. He just miscalculated a little bit. So first, the position was dynamically equal. Then he missed a splendid combination, bishop takes c6. Very good combination by Kramnik. And
I watched you guys.
Oh yeah.
So in my room, sick in my room.
And Giri confessed to Vladimir that he missed this idea with queen on d5 check and rook g2, very unexpected, suddenly going into pawn endgame. But even after bishop c6, the position was, according to the computer, was still equal, rook c8, rook c1, and there is some kind
according
of perpetual.
According to Kramnik also.
Kramnik also, yeah, he didn't see any win after rook c1. He's seen a draw, but not more than that.
You know what I'm thinking when I'm watching Kramnik, I love to watch his, analysis. What do you think? He's, so, accurate with his analysis. You check his analysis while he's showing the games from the computer. He's just almost showing the first or second moves of the computer with a very accurate move order.
Yeah.
And he remembers all these variations. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying it when I'm watching him.
Not sometimes, very often he understands position much better than computer does.
Yeah. Also,
for
he
example,
gives the ideas of much better than.
When most people, when they see on the screen 0.00, they stop the analysis and say it's equal. But
for him, it's not equal.
That's only the beginning. These are the ideas. It's easier to play for this side. This is the plan for one side.
Actually, this is this is chess. This is the deep thinking. It's not playing move by move. I do this, you do that. It's not this. Chess is a deep thinking, deep strategy.
Yeah.
This is what he has. In his game, you see this.
So, Rui Lopez with a4, b4, d4. Lately, it became popular, this endgame. Actually, white can win this, and black. There are examples of wins for both sides on top grandmaster level. Bishop g5, interesting idea. Okay. Knight e4, takes, knight e5, knight c5, knight d2, knight b3, knight b3.
This variation also became very popular lately.
Yes, but bishop g5, I'm a little bit surprised with this move, because normally white either exchanges queens or plays queen e2, knight b d2, because normally bishop on g5, if black plays h6, you go to h4, it's a little bit cut off. But I think it's very precise approach, because now there might be a problem on diagonal from d5 to a8.
Yeah.
So, but yes, this is, I'm sure this position was considered by both, because this is so forced, Bishop g5 is a move to consider in this position, and this is completely forced. Knight c5 makes sense, knight d2 takes, f6, knight d7, rook e8. I think this should be just a draw at some point.
But when you look at the last position, I'm wondering how you protect the b4 pawn. There must be probably a tactical way, bishop f5 or something like this. But I don't understand how you protect this pawn.
I'm thinking. Well, you can always try something like rook e2.
Rook e2,
knight,
but
no, knight b4, knight c6. Okay, doesn't work. Indeed. Maybe Giri got deeper into this position.
Yeah, look at this position.
Okay, I don't know where was the novelty, but this
actually these knights looks very strong, than this bishop on c8. And
for now, if the bishop goes to f5, no problems there.
If you go
the only
f5,
problem is this pawn.
But if I take
like
this pawn on b4, and if I push c3, and then I think it's like a winning position, it's like bishop on f5 is doing
But
nothing.
How do you win that pawn after rook e4?
Rook e4?
Yeah.
Strange looking move.
Yes, but I
Can
don't
I
see
play something like
f3?
rook e1?
Rook e1.
And
now bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
And as there is no rook on d1, I can always meet you with c5 when you take on b4, for example.
Yeah, this is the trick.
If I take, maybe c5.
But again, rook knight d3.
I think this could
be drawn.
Draw somehow. But no, b3.
Yeah, this
You-
is still 1 point. Maybe we can-
Maybe some forced draw here. I'm not sure.
but still very
uh,
difficult, you know. If
Um,
there is a draw, black has to, you know, do a lot of
yeah, that's
good
why
moves.
Aronian is thinking here. That's why he is thinking. Indeed, it's a major problem
Yeah,
for that's the pawn
actually,
on
this is a
d4.
preparation of Giri. Giri is always, you know, getting out, in a good position out of the opening phase. He is getting prepared very good in the opening.
Yeah, yes, he is.
He is
Indeed.
really good in the openings.
So I think the opening battle is won by Giri because now black has some problems to solve.
Yeah.
I think there should be a way, even if white maybe wins that pawn, maybe black gets some initiative.
But white has a very comfortable game.
Yeah, white is not
And
risking
if there is
anything.
someone who is playing to win, this is white for
Of
sure.
course, yeah.
So Aronian is in trouble in this
Yeah.
game.
I think he would solve the problems, and that is what I believe. But yeah, Giri is better. So
Okay, let's check one more game and then we can
Mhm.
go give a break.
Okay. Akopian Van Valley is the
Yes,
board number
Akopian
2.
Van Veli.
Yes, Akopian Van Valley. So very known English attack position. Indeed, G4. I also consider this move stronger than castle because because after long castle D5 is a decent option. But now D5 you have to you have to be Rook G1. I'm actually surprised. The main move goes like castle here, and let's say knight takes D4, queen takes D4, and probably you would want to win the pawn.
Yeah.
And now just a quiet move, king B1, and sooner or later I would win the pawn back on D5. Also, Rook G1 is coming. It's
Yeah.
not a very pleasant position for black. I briefly analyzed it and I was well comfortable for white playing with
Yeah.
white this position. Just King B1, interesting move here. Just what do you do? What is your next move? You know, you
Yeah.
can Bishop D7 doesn't look good. Knight from H5 is not moving. If you move away the bishop, for example, this is just not good. I get straightforward attack. Your knight is in trouble. So not very easy for black to do a useful move here. So
But white didn't choose this.
why didn't choose? That's why I'm a little
Probably
bit
they
surprised.
found some
Maybe
idea for-
Akopian, or maybe he was not expecting this one, and he decided not to
Give
check
up
the
spawn,
computer
yeah.
analysis, just to keep it safe. Rook
Yeah,
G1.
actually, if we check the times, we see
They
that
are both
they are
surprised.
both, I mean, not playing very fast. At least maybe
Yeah.
they know the theory, but they are not playing very fast. So it's not their home preparation, probably.
Yes. Rook G1, very complicated position. I don't know what to say here. Knight D4, I'm not sure about this move.
You didn't like it too much.
I know, but I don't see what to do next for black. If you take here, I may take with...
No,
on the
no,
other
they
hand, common answer here on castle,
Yeah.
would be to play something like this, not take that pawn, play like that. And white has slight edge. But now Rook G1 was played instead of long castle. That might be a difference. So
But now one will has to prove what's the difference.
yeah, and according to Akopian's time, Rook G1 is not a home preparation.
Yeah.
I think this is just avoiding giving away the pawn, just avoiding the home analysis, just playing chess. And now they both try to think because very complicated position.
Yeah. You're right.
So I think we would leave it at that. We would go for a break and probably continue with Russia-Ukraine. I think many things happen there.
Yeah. The exciting
So-
match is waiting for us.
So we'll see you after the break.
After the break. See you. Hi,
Hello.
everybody.
Hello, we are back.
We are back, and we just came from the playing area. How do you feel the players? Are they tense? How they are? I mean, they look like
In Ukraine, Russia, yes. You can see
They
on
are
the
real
monitor
tense.
Vasily Ivanchuk deep thinking. And this is a position on his board.
I think the only
So-
table on the third table, Grichuk actually is a little bit
where Ukraine
worse
has advantage.
position,
Yes,
yes.
we will take a look at it right now. And you were absolutely right. Bishop g6, queen b3, and now knight h4. Indeed, that would happen. But c5.
which is a good move.
That is the thing with these symmetrical openings. Sometimes you can even go for them without computer analysis, and that's just make human normal moves and be fine.
And it turns out that black or white is fine after you push the c.
Like text openings is knight c5, and now d4 is threatening. So maybe queen d1 was another option.
Yes.
Queen d1 maybe was an option.
But he didn't like this move.
I don't know, knight e6 is possible. And d4 coming
And
anyway.
yeah, this
There are no more two bishops.
Yeah.
Black might be even better. I
yeah,
think.
also he controls this f5 square.
Yeah,
very
so
good.
f4, f5
So
never
f4,
is good.
f5 is really out of
So takes,
question.
castle, maybe castle is inaccuracy. Maybe rook d1 was necessary. I don't know, castle very normal move, but it would
But castle, queen b6.
and if now queen b6, now I castle.
Yeah, maybe. Rook d8.
Or maybe a6.
You don't
6
need to play a6 actually.
I want to
but
exchange
now
queens.
knight a4 is possible. You're right.
Yeah, but now knight a4, the a2 pawn is hanging.
Yes,
Doesn't work.
you're right.
And now exchanging queens, that looks like equal. This actually looks like just an equal position, different colored bishops. Maybe slightly weakened pawn on d5, but the pawn on e5 is also not well protected. And Vasily thought for a while here, and indeed I was also thinking in this position, I didn't see any other way for white to fight for the advantage. For example, two ways to protect the e5 pawn, rook e1 and rook e1. So if rook a e1, it is not clear what this rook really belongs on d1, because even if you play, now that I thought, even if white plays king h1, f4, what's next? g4?
This knight always
Just
controls.
the
And
f5
this is
square
weakening your king
the
side.
king, and black has many extra moves. He can exchange queens, so rook a e1 doesn't look good, but also doesn't rook f e1 because queen b6. What do you do about this pawn now? Maybe rook e2 I thought, but then I can exchange queens. Why would I be worse here? I double your pawns. Just no problem at all
Black
for
is
black.
totally fine.
Black can even be counting on some advantage. So Vasily played rook a d1 and knight d5. And now he's thinking? Is he thinking? Does he want to take with the queen? Just, okay, I think this should follow. And then rook d7.
Queen f6, probably.
Queen f6, and I think maybe rook d7.
Yeah. Well, what is this? This is totally equal position.
But
Some advantage?
so of course, yes.
For whom?
For white, of course.
You
The
mean
pawn on
white
f7 is weak.
white
Is weak, and my
some
rook is much
advantage?
more active. Yes.
But what about a6, for example?
a6.
And then b5. I don't see the advantage here. And then
Give me a minute.
Rook d8. No, you have no time.
Yeah, a6 b5. Just that's it. And I cannot
Yeah.
keep my bishop.
Probably that's why
here.
he's thinking this is too much. Rook
That's
d8,
just
and this is.
Yeah, because if white can hold the rook on 7th rank and maybe transfer the bishop to b3, then yeah, maybe white should start with this move. Try to.
Yeah, maybe this is a better version, but again, maybe.
No, but there is a correct play. This should be just a draw. White also has a weak pawn on f2.
Yeah.
Black can maybe even
And also
just right away could be
look
an
also
option.
if I can play rook d8 now.
Yeah, you
You
can play
cannot
rook
take
d8.
on b7
Why
because queen f4.
Oh,
Interesting, yeah.
that's very easy to miss.
But queen f4
oh wait a minute,
still
it's not
g3.
over. No, I can just move my rook maybe, or g3. Yeah.
G3 also is possible now.
So,
So I take on a2, you take. This is also equal.
no, but the thing is, you also have counterplay like that, or just take
Yeah.
the pawn and then go back with the bishop.
I think this is totally equal position. They will soon make draw.
Just maybe Kramnik offered a draw in this position.
He
I don't
offered
know.
draw,
I
but is he
think-
allowed before 30 moves?
Oh really? I did not read the regulations.
I think there is 30 rule more. I mean here.
Okay.
Well, if I'm not mistaken.
No, with the correct play, few precise moves. That's just a draw.
Yeah.
So board number 2, Moisenko, Grishchuk, bishop e2, e6, castle, and in Melkoman's game was knight c6 played.
Yeah, knight c6, knight
and
b4.
Grishchuk spent a lot of time, and he decided, you know, when you are against your opponent's home preparation, you want to keep it simple. You don't want to.
Right.
You want sometimes even to get slightly worse position, but a solid where computer analysis is no longer such important thing. Like knight c6 was probably considered by Moisenko, so he decides to keep it simple. And queen c2.
This queen takes rook takes d5 interesting. I was thinking e takes
I also was thinking e takes d, but usually the weakness on d5 is compensated by the weakness on c3.
And also this knight will jump on d4, and then white can play c4, and this knight, look at this knight, it's very strong knight.
No, but knight here.
But knight c6 will come, of course. This
here,
is
then rook b1, queen c7, queen b3. No, some initiative for white still.
Yes, on the b5.
So if you take this, is not good.
Yeah.
This is
probably that's why he didn't like it.
Rook d5 actually makes sense. You don't want to ruin your pawn structure.
But now you have the development problem.
The development problem, indeed. So queen c2, but if he solves it, he could even be better because the pawn on c3 is weak.
Yeah, but
okay, better maybe too much. White can play c4, c5 anytime he wants.
And also this king side, black's king side. Look at this king side. Holes on f6, h6.
If the queen, like c4, queen c3, and knight comes somewhere, but I can hardly imagine that happening.
Well, actually, this is not so easy.
So white needs to something like bishop f3, rook b1, c4, c5. That's I think what white. So I think he's just now choosing the move order, you know.
But white has slight edge for sure.
Initiative.
And
because statically white is...
Look at the development, you know, all the pieces developed.
So let's take a look.
But
let's say
black has
bishop f3.
Two more pieces to put in the game, you know.
Bishop f3, where to move the rook?
Rook d8 probably, most probably.
Maybe able to double rook
d7,
somehow.
d6.
A little bit awkward.
But now knight d4.
Knight d4 forcing a6. Okay, I don't like it indeed. Rook d8. And now let's say rook b1.
Rook b1?
I don't know what c4, what else?
Can you use the d file? Is it possible? Rook d1, for example.
I think I'm gonna do this and bishop c6.
Bishop c7.
Our knight c6 next move. No, if black finishes his development, he couldn't even count on some advantage because of the pawn structure. That's why I want to attack the b7 pawn somehow.
Okay.
Maybe
rook b1.
I'm not sure where to put this knight, for example, but you can do this anyway. Let's say knight d4, knight c6. Should be just equalizing.
Yeah.
Looks just equal.
I don't think this is a big problem for
That's
black.
why he is... Oh, actually now I don't like bishop f3 because rook goes to d8 and bishop... We wait for bishop d7 and then we just maybe capture that rook. So maybe white just... That's why Moisenko is thinking.
Maybe rook d1 now.
Or
what do you think?
Rook d1, I think black would take with the rook, I guess.
Bishop d7.
But the d file, what you cannot really get in. Where just bishop d7. Okay, maybe bishop d7 first.
I can't get
Queen somewhere.
Yeah.
Because my next move is knight c6.
But you're right. You know, I don't like this rook
maybe
d1
you can hold me from developing somehow.
This way. Now bishop queen d2 and where to go?
Maybe king comes.
But looks dubious, this move. Queen d4.
Oh, yes, that's good.
This is very dangerous now.
Okay, so I guess he's choosing between rook d1 and maybe rook b1. Just keeping this rook is really misplaced. He wants to...
He has to find something concrete.
Yeah, because if
otherwise
black finishes the
development then will have a better pawn structure.
Yes, so white has initiative, but a temporary one, so he needs to figure out the best way. So white is, I would say, slightly better here. Karyakin Korobov. d5. Can you look it up in the database, this d5 move? Because
Yes, sure.
in this position I have never, I've seen it after rook d8 maybe, or some other moves, but usually it's with idea knight e4, bishop
You
c5.
didn't
is
like
played,
this
queen
d5
e3.
move.
I don't like it. Maybe because I like playing French with white. I just like these pawn structures. Maybe that's just... so this is the position we have on the board. White wants to win the e4 pawn, or play queen e3, rook d1, rook d4. I don't like this position for black.
I'm checking this, as
Okay.
you said, this line on my database.
Maybe black has to do something like f5. f5 takes. So I don't like this position for black. If he doesn't play f5, white is gonna play queen e3. Let's say, I don't know, rook d8, queen e3. Then white's gonna play rook d8, exchange all the rooks, and then try to win this e4 pawn. Then the white has very nice outpost on d4.
So white has a simple plan.
Yes, so if there were knights on the board, I would like black's position because the d3 square is weak and knight can come there. But without knights, white has slight edge. So I'm considering moves like f5. So I think white has to take, and rook takes, and put pressure on the e4 pawn. For example, queen e3, and now doubles the rooks. g3, and let's say e5.
This looks okay for black.
e5, takes, 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 takes. That might be a draw. But still slight advantage for white. Slight advantage for white. The king comes, just h4, king comes to queen's side, I don't know. I think this is what Korobov is about to play. f5.
Now.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you.
Because I just don't like that white can play queen e3 and then maybe even bishop d1, bishop c2 and win that pawn, or rook d1, rook d4, double the rooks. So maybe white, if after f5, maybe white will not take on f6. It's also an option. Just keep on playing as if nothing happened. Rook d1, rook d8, queen e3, queen e3. Even this is better for white.
Well, d5 has been played, but Antonievski, David, Alberto David.
David
played,
Alberto. But e takes d5 was
E
played,
takes
that's
D5
not
was
good.
played. Another d5 was played by Horvat against Flumbort.
No, Flumbert
D5,
played
E5,
d5, you
yes.
mean?
d5, e5,
And knight
takes,
e4.
knight takes, queen e3.
Oh, it's not
here-
good. It's not. Bishops need to be exchanged. That
So
bishop.
maybe this was a better version of bishop c5.
Yes, bishop c5 is better, but I think still white has, even in this position, white has slight edge. Maybe f6 is better. Maybe f6.
d5.
So if there were games, there were only few of them.
E takes d5, bishop c5. There is one game. Again,
David-
David played.
No, David Alberto was white.
Vosjocic against Vosjocic. It was draw. E takes d5,
No,
bishop
E takes
c5,
d5.
bishop queen f2. They exchanged the queens.
No, but then that's not good. So this is the position we have on the board right now. And
But
I
think
prefer
f5,
white.
f5 is normal.
Yes, but actually have, I think this is
You
also,
prefer white?
yes, I do. So this is also even after e5 takes, I think this is advantage for white. No risk at all, and white can just play for a win somehow, prepare c4, exchanging queens would always be an option. Okay, black is very solid. Probably it's a draw, but white is better. Also, white has an option on f5. That's why I think Korobov, I think he's thinking about f5, but I don't even like this one. Just to let you have that best pawn. For example, rook d8, queen e3, and I just want to go exchange the rooks.
And in the end game, you will block with the king.
With the king, maybe that would be a draw. Maybe that would be a draw. I don't know. Just maybe this is also a draw. Just something, just very approximate variation. Maybe this is holdable for black.
Maybe draw, but not easy.
But you know,
with a pawn, pass pawn.
That's why he played f6. You know,
which is a better version.
It would appear so, because now rook d8 is threatening, and
You're
black
right.
can win the pawn.
Actually, he made the right move.
Because after f5,
f5 he will not
passive
exchange.
position with only two results possible.
You're
but
right.
after f6, at least you force white to. I think white is forced to take.
Yeah.
Unless queen d6 is an option.
Well, it doesn't look like, because in the
Takes,
end there is
takes.
bishop d5, you know.
Oh,
Rook
yes.
d8, bishop d5, but f5, but still.
No, doesn't look right.
Yeah,
Even
doesn't look
that
right.
pawn is too far away. So f6. Now rook d8 is a threat, right? I just want to win a pawn. So for example, rook d1 doesn't work because rook d8, queen is 3, and
Take
takes.
on e4.
So I think white is now forced to take. Take. Queen e5 doesn't look good because this checks. This diagonal is very important. The pawn is hanging. Maybe
Queen
white does.
E3.
Oh, maybe g3 right away.
Right away g3
Just
or queen e3.
But queen e3, you know, forcing g3 anyway. So maybe I play g3. And if you play rook d8, I play queen e3. But then you go e5 anyway. So we would have something like that, I think. Yes. So let's say queen e3 maybe, indeed. Doubling the rooks, g3, e5, f takes c. Maybe black doesn't take. Maybe black plays like that.
I think this is okay for black.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah.
He's
Maybe slight advantage for white,
but very active.
black's pieces are
Very active, yeah.
I think white has to force exchanges
Yeah,
so that king can come somewhere.
yeah.
Maybe black should avoid it. I don't know.
Why not?
Maybe like that. But I think I would force you anyway, you know, with this check. So I think white would exchange all the rooks, then brings the king somewhere, puts the pawn on h4, and then start preparing c4, try to create the best pawn on the.
But it's a long way.
Very long way, but only white can win, right?
Yeah,
Black has
probably,
no
yeah.
way of winning
Yeah,
at
but
all.
I think it's
I think black would hold it,
black
but
will hold this.
I think that unless Karyakin comes
F6
with.
is a good move.
So Korobov is slightly worse, but position should be holdable.
So let's see Moisenko, Grichuk again.
Moisenko, Grishchuk. Moisenko is still thinking. He's trying to figure out, because you know, one inaccurate move, black finishes the development and no advantage at all.
Yeah. In Nepomniachtchi Krivorichko, in the end, he made the move that you always told me. Knight d5.
But he prepared it carefully, not like I did, you know. So
but anyway, he did
a3,
so
a6,
it was the idea.
Castle, rook c2. I don't like black's position. Just take a look. White is a3, h3.
He's totally
very
waiting for white.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what to do and how do I defend? He doesn't have any initiative at all. He has to defend.
Very unpleasant.
Until the end.
That's why I'm surprised with the choice of bishop c5.
Now probably knight takes d5 and c takes
Well, queen
d5.
d8. Queen d8. I might take even on c7 maybe. Okay, queen d8 doesn't look good. So takes, and now c takes d, and now something like bishop b6.
e4.
And then yes, double rooks, e4, bishop e3.
Or maybe even rook e1 and e4, e5 is coming.
Yes, white
This
has
is also
many
a
plans
problem.
here. White can also could be a plan to put the bishop on d2 and a4, a4.
Yeah, also e4 after e4 to to exchange the rooks, the bishops
Bishop
on
and
b6, and then the c7
very
pawn.
unpleasant position.
Very unpleasant, yes.
Very unpleasant. Huge advantage. Huge
Look at
positional
Ivanchuk's
advantage.
face. He's looking at
That's his normal face.
his style. You know, he's looking at the ceiling. So,
Yeah. So let's take a look at his game.
but
Is
I
he
don't
still
know why
thinking?
he's thinking on this position.
It's
to take
equal.
with the queen.
Maybe.
You can take, but you're losing a pawn, no? You have many active pieces on this.
Maybe
Let's
he's
check
trying.
this. Let's check this.
No, I don't. It's
You
just
don't like
queen
it?
takes.
Queen takes. But what is he thinking?
No, I think he's just very disappointed of his opening.
And he's
Because he-
thinking what happened?
How could it happen? I analyzed it, you know.
Losing so much time.
Yes, and okay, maybe now he's, you know, this could happen. He might start be not liking his position anymore. You know, maybe he's
Yeah.
trying to figure out just a way to make a quick draw.
Yeah.
But this is just not
But
much
if
to
he
talk
takes
about.
on with the queen also, it's actually totally equal.
Yes, even this
Take,
is.
bishop takes with rook d7. Well, I don't think white has any problems here.
Yes. So as you
active,
like to.
you know. Bishop c4 is coming.
No, white has no only black can have problems here.
Yeah.
But okay, let's continue a
Yeah.
little bit. What do you do?
With
A6
black,
maybe.
bishop c4.
C4, B5. And then you can even give away the F7 pawn, and might be even better, you know. Play like this, bishop F6, give away the F7 pawn,
Yeah.
and just only
No problem.
this is just a draw. So queen takes D5 is not an option? No, there is no problem with the transmission. He's indeed considering queen D. Oh, wait a minute.
He played?
No, he considering this move.
He played
How?
queen d5.
No, it's his move. There is two pieces black on D5, and he's considering bishop C4 for sure.
At this position now,
Yeah.
they didn't.
We didn't pay attention to this move at all. I don't think it's a major change of evaluation, but definitely he's considering, because queen D5 doesn't make any sense. So
bishop c4 is the move.
bishop
yeah.
C4 is a move to consider too.
You're right. But it will not change.
But without a rook on 7th rank, I don't know, let's say queen F6, bishop takes. Oh, maybe it's not that easy. I win the A7 pawn. Or two rooks for a queen. Maybe he's let's find equality after bishop C4. There should be.
Maybe bishop c4, maybe queen b6.
Queen B6.
Immediately.
But maybe now I take with. Oh, you're gonna go take on B2.
Yes. I don't.
All right. Let me take with the rook. What do you do?
I take on b3.
On B3.
Yes.
Or avoid doubling pawns.
Yes.
All right.
Bishop takes b2. So this is what we actually check.
Not exactly. How do you
A
protect
little
that
bit
pawn?
better maybe version. b5. Okay. Rook d8. Bishop takes.
I've got a
F7
trick,
check. Yes,
and
I
I
know,
win
I
a
know,
pawn.
I know this.
But it's still
But
not
still,
over.
yeah, there is a
Takes.
problem. Rook d2. I don't think this is winning for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And counterplay.
Yeah,
Enough
counterplay, yeah.
So probably this is a way to make a draw. Queen B6. So if I take with the bishop, it's nothing. So takes, bishop B2, B5, and you want to go A5, right?
Or maybe not b5. I can even give up this pawn. Maybe bishop.
But if you give up this pawn, I will
a5 maybe immediately
A5.
in order to play a4, because this bishop will be unstable on this. You know, b3. Rook takes b7, a4. So what to do with the bishop?
Maybe
Bishop
this way.
d5.
Your bishop. Oh, wait a minute. Rook bishop takes F7.
Bishop takes
so,
a7. So maybe it's not a good idea. a5.
So maybe B5, because if you keep on playing passively, I would do. I don't
Double.
know. I need second rook on 7th rank, but I don't see how I can do it. Maybe I need the rook on F3. Because if I go rook E1, you go bishop F6. If I go rook C1, you go bishop E5. You know, you don't let me in. But that would be unpleasant position.
You're right.
So at least he was considering. That's why he was thinking. He
Bishop
was not
C4.
considering queen d5 for sure.
You're right.
He was considering bishop c4.
Bishop c4
But rook d5 was played, and this is the position.
on the board.
Yes. I still prefer white. Please show me a way to equalize.
Immediately.
Yes.
Rook d8, rook a d8.
Rook a d8. You're not taking any pawns.
I don't want to take any pawns. I want to exchange one pair of rooks and then I will take. Because this two pair of rooks, you can double it on the seventh rank. If you put them on the seventh rank, then it will be
Bishop
dangerous.
d7.
Uh-huh.
Still
B6,
not a draw.
B6. Queen d3 maybe.
I don't want to give away that pawn. This is unpleasant. If you don't win a pawn on b2, that is unpleasant. I would maybe start pushing pawns on the king side. That's actually a bad position.
You're right.
What can you do? You can do anything.
That I like.
So what else? Maybe it's not that easy.
You're right.
Even let's suppose something like this happens even without that pawn, that is unpleasant. White has initiative. White can transfer the rook to f3, then to attack that. So I think that's the way to go. Bishop b2. So there is no way to win that bishop.
See Alexander Ipatov. Maybe we can invite him here. What do you think? Are you okay?
Maybe after the
maybe
break.
later.
After the
Okay.
break. Okay. So what to do on bishop b2? I go rook d7.
Bishop b2 may be the move, yes. Otherwise, you are doubling, putting the bishop on d7. So
and you got for nothing. But in
I
this
remember
case,
this bishop d7 move from, Anand, Carson Anand game. You remember they played somewhere bishop. He put the bishop on d7. Taking on e6, he took on e6. He had beaten Anand in one of the tournaments.
not
You remember
right now.
that before the
I
before
don't
the match.
remember, sorry.
It was a psychological battle actually.
Yes. He a very bad endgame from
And
black.
the bishop
yes, I
on d7,
yeah,
remember?
could just
Controlling all the
everything.
squares, yeah.
But in this case, take a look. Rook d7. You don't have rook d8.
Yes.
And
But
if
I have this
what
a6,
else?
b5.
A6 you have. I forgot about it again. Bishop c4.
Can you put the rook d6?
Sorry?
Rook d6.
Always queen c3.
Yes, queen c3, all right.
So that's the problem. And b5. But this is also not that pleasant. You're not organized. I don't know. I can always do this. But probably you would hold it.
But this is okay.
Yeah.
Hold
But
it.
I can just keep the tension like that. What do you do? Rook where to? Still you cannot go to d8 because
Yeah.
of bishop
Maybe
f7.
now c8 or e8.
C8 and I... so where to? C8.
c8 or e8, which one? I don't know. c8 looks logical because you can play rook c1.
Okay, and now I need rook d3, rook f3 to work. So maybe I go g3. Still not. Oh, rook c3 is coming. Rook c3 is
Rook
unpleasant
c3 is
a
a
little
problem,
bit.
yeah.
But wait a minute. Well, I'm not scared of you. And now rook c2 maybe.
Yeah. So it's not so easy
For both.
for both sides. Black can defend, I guess.
Shoot, but still it's a very thin line between defending and getting into position
Yeah,
with the
but
bishop on d7,
you're right.
cutting your position in
But
half.
I'm pretty sure
So it's
Kramnik
not-
will be able to defend this
It's not a
position.
draw yet. The black has to be
You are
careful.
trying too hard, Mihail.
No, honestly, these positions are very tricky even with the pawn
Yeah,
down.
you're right. I
If you are too passive, you would end up in trouble.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
So Vasily has a slight edge, I would say, but with the precise play, Kramnik would equalize. He played rook c8 or d8.
He played rook c8. From here I can guess this is c8 because there is something on the c8 square.
What is the
It
idea of
can
rook
only be
c8?
Rook c8, the idea...
He's preventing rook first to d3 because this is very nice maneuver. Rook d3, rook f3, and the pawn on f7.
And also he
maybe.
probably wants to put the rook on c7.
Oh, indeed.
This is also a good idea.
He played rook c8. Yes, I think with the precise play that's just a draw.
Yeah.
So Moisenko is still thinking. Karyakin Korobov, just as we predicted, but g3 was played instead of queen e3, rook d8 and e5.
Mm-hmm.
I still believe that white is slightly better.
Yeah, but we analyze this is probably holdable for
Holdable,
black.
yes. And Nepomniachtchi Krivoruchko.
Krivoruchko, no new move. Still thinking Moisenko for a long time. He thought.
I think Krivoruchko improved his
Krivoruchko.
position.
You like it?
Yes, because now after bishop e3, I will always have the option of playing c6, taking on e3 and c6 because your bishop on g2 is not working now, and my bishop on a4 is very good. So you know now I just do any move. I don't know. Let's say just I'm not sure what to do. So, but if you go this way, I take. First of all, you don't have intermediate moves because I always have this. So you take with the queen, and I have c6. And no more weakness.
Yes,
on
but
c7.
after c6, can I play queen b6, for example?
You can
My
try.
idea is to play... you want to play this.
Yeah. Rook a8, bd8 was played. On the other hand, white can wait with this bishop e3. White has many ways to improve the position.
Yeah, actually, black is
oh,
waiting.
actually, no, wait a minute. Black prepares c6 or c5 now. He protected the d6
So
pawn.
maybe bishop e3 is
Yes,
the
I think Nepomniachtchi made some mistake over. Maybe e4 was premature. Maybe he could have played a4.
in order to prevent this
Prevent bishop coming. a5
Yeah.
is threatening a5, and maybe now b5.
and
Just
then
to
play bishop
knock.
yeah.
On the other hand, black has this option and b6, and no more weakness on c7.
But maybe
then
also
white
he's afraid of
transposes-
maybe also he's afraid of f5. So you don't have this e4 again. How you play e4?
Actually,
After f5.
this doesn't work. There's a trick like that. It's
Ah, yes.
very annoying. So, but do you mean on a4, f5?
First a5, b5, and then f5.
You mean here?
Yeah, instead of bishop c5.
But it's stopping temporarily.
What?
Don't you
How
think?
do you play e4 now? If you want to play
Slowly.
e4, but you will just make some.
I don't know. But
F3,
what's your next move?
what move? I will just play bishop d7, something like this, and then wait for you. What are you going to play?
No, it's still unpleasant position.
I can also play. I don't know.
Maybe h4.
h4.
Yeah, then bishop f3, h5, bishop f3. That would be a very bad position.
You don't like this position. But
Maybe you
how
go
you
g5.
improve your position?
No,
I
h5.
just wait.
I just wait. You wait. Let's see. h5. Wait again.
Wait again.
Bishop f3. Wait.
Wait.
g2.
I'm waiting.
You're waiting. All right.
You make some moves.
a5 is weak, so you're waiting.
Bishop d2. You will.
Can go bishop d2. You're
But
waiting.
I can protect with this.
I can maybe go e3. You wait. I go like this. You wait. You have nothing to do at all.
Yes.
I attack. You do this.
Yes.
I double rooks, and now bishop d4 is coming, and I win.
You tricked me. So
No, it's just
I
a
shouldn't
bad-
have waited. But
So
you
I
have shown
think-
the way. That's why I waited.
Just
you have shown the way
approximately,
how to improve your position in a,
I don't
perfect
like
manner.
e4. I think a4 was. I think he just maybe relaxed and missed this counterplay, or underestimated this counterplay.
Yeah.
Maybe he would prove me
This
wrong.
is
but
actually good move. Bishop a4.
bishop is excellent on
Yes.
a4. White cannot get rid of him. It's not in the way of
You
the
are
rooks.
right. This-
And now c6 is always an option.
He
That's a-
underestimated this move.
Yeah.
You're totally right.
Very good
I-
job by Yuri
Yeah.
Krivoruchko. In a very bad position, he found
Yeah.
a trick, and I think now black is closer to
He
equalizing
had
than
some
ever.
breathing space. We
Yes.
call, yeah.
Finally, yes. Take a look. White black's bishops are
Yeah.
quite good. you know.
Yeah.
And now c6 is bishop e3. I think I think this would follow. Takes. So rook c7 never works. Bishop c1, too many pieces. And now this one is hanging, and black has to do this. Oh, but now queen b6, and there is no
now
queen
maybe
b8.
queen b6, yes.
And make queen a5.
Queen a5 also is a threat.
Still, only white could be better. Take a look, white.
Here, yes.
So, but compared to what was before, I think it's an improvement.
Yeah.
Now white wished to have a pawn on a4 and on b5.
Yeah.
Now,
but still white has the...
still white has a clear edge,
Yeah.
but maybe not as big as it could have been. So what to do here? Queen a5 is coming. Queen a5.
Maybe this is very bad.
Maybe this is also, maybe rook d8 was a mistake, you know. But what else?
He played rook b8?
Yes, he played rook d8 and now bishop e3.
Yeah.
Still white is much better. And rook
And
d7.
rook d7
Yeah.
looks very strange.
Well, oh, and now he goes queen d8 and rook e7, regrouping. I thought h4 is a threat, but now black has this, and still holding.
If I play rook queen a7?
Yes, queen a7 might be the problem. And now
c6.
Oh,
But
I
then, then queen b6, the same variation. This bishop has the problem.
But now maybe I take. At least I.
But with the bishop, what are you going to do?
With the bishop, I haven't decided yet. And now queen d8. Still holding.
Rook c7?
Rook e1. Or maybe takes. No, rook e1. Takes. C7. Still holding. Or maybe.
Should
Oh
be
no,
for
I'm
queen
lost.
d4, yeah.
I'm lost.
But
Not
actually
holding.
the position is really
Still a very bad position.
very bad
yeah.
position for
Maybe he just calculated all of this, but even this is bad. Yeah, very bad position.
I really don't like this position.
So
I'm pretty sure now Ivanchuk, look at Ivanchuk. He is watching this game. He's checking the positions.
and Kramnik is checking.
because
No,
he knows
Kramnik is checking.
sorry, Kramnik is watching, and because he knows that his game will be drawn. And
Grishchuk is
I'm
close.
pretty
Actually,
sure that if three boards make draw, Nepomniachtchi will try to win.
yeah.
Maybe he will get a better, a really big advantage, and then probably they will start to make draw, or they will try to make draw.
Wait a minute. What about f5 here?
He didn't double the rooks. Why he played f5?
Because white played g3 instead of queen e3.
What
And,
did they
and
do?
now if you double rooks, you don't have e5. You need to do this. And now he played e5. So f5, maybe it's not that bad, but
But then
maybe queen b6. Oh, but no. Takes,
rook d1,
d1, doubling.
Then
I want to push e3.
king f2. I
King
don't like this
f2,
position.
rook
King
d2, king
e3.
e3. Oh, yes, this is bad. Yes, if he brings the king to
Yes,
e3,
this
that's
is
it.
very bad.
So what about f5? What did Korobov prepare for f5?
Maybe there is something immediate. Maybe he has queen c6 with an idea of playing rook d3.
But he could have had it here too. What's the difference? Queen c6?
The difference, I don't know, because he has the rook on f6.
No, but the pawn on f5, king can never escape to f2 because rook takes f5. But queen c6, you think that might be the idea? Let's say rook d1,
Rook d3.
rook d3.
Yeah, this
F takes
this
e5
looks
was
actually strong.
already
This
played.
looks dangerous.
Queen c6.
Probably he is afraid of this idea.
Takes. Yes, it is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. What about here? Queen c6. What was the difference? Oh, the difference is that in this position, I go like this.
Yeah.
And
bravo.
in that position, you
Yeah.
had e4.
Yeah.
And in this case, I just win. I just win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. So that's why e5, f5 could be just even a mistake.
Yeah, actually.
White could be already in
So
trouble
maybe
here.
he actually Korobov is really a very tactical guy.
Oh yes, yes.
He finds these ideas
With
at the board,
sacrifices.
and And if you make a simple mistake, you see, we can have the
Yeah.
advantage
Yeah.
immediately.
So we still go back to the position we considered, slight edge for white.
Mm-hmm. And also, they don't want to take any risk. I am pretty
Yeah.
sure Russians, because they know that if a slight risk, they may
So
lose
even
the
the draw,
championship.
even the draw is not a bad, it's
Even
not the end
the
of the
draw,
world
yes.
for Russia,
And also,
because they beat Egypt and Ukraine is having a tough match with Armenia.
yeah,
And if Ukraine doesn't win against Armenia,
yeah.
Russia would be the champion.
And also, they all know that, I'm pretty sure that on the fourth board they are better.
Yes, so
They
go.
have a good chances to win this game.
Kramnik is about to equalize. Krishchuk is very close to equalizing.
Yeah. So
So,
let's change.
so
the
Ukraine's in
match.
trouble actually. Ukraine
Looks
is in
like
trouble.
Ukraine is in.
But okay, yesterday Ukraine was also in trouble. But
Yeah, what they saved. Yeah.
so China-Germany. China versus Germany. Also another important match. If China wins,
yeah,
China is fighting for the first or second place too.
China, Germany.
So
okay.
Henkin, Li Chao, board number 1. We left off at this position, and bishop takes e4 was Henkin's choice. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, actually, me too, because I was thinking queen takes e4.
Much more
what
energetic.
What to do for black?
Maybe he just, asks what black is about to do now. Maybe he wants to go rook d1, d5 and get some initiative.
Yeah.
So rook b8 was played. The idea is knight b4
Mm-hmm.
to control the d5 square. The pawn was hanging. So now knight b5, queen d8, and now rook d1, and now knight b4 is not an option because pawn is hanging. You know, this very common maneuver, knight b4, knight d5. If black gets this, then the bishop can go to c6, black
Yeah,
would be okay.
Exactly.
So this is preventing knight b4, rook b8, preparing knight b4. Knight b5 comes with a tempo, queen d8. Now knight b4 is again not an option, the pawn is hanging, so white has time for rook d1. a6, knight c3, and now knight b4. Black won this battle for knight b4.
For d5 square.
But now e5 square, as usually white gets. But the pawn on f7 is well protected. If anything, black can go g6 even. And this knight on d5 would control those squares. Rook c7, a3, knight d5, takes, and rook takes. Henkin is played very solidly. So the thing is, if you take with the queen, I think that is not good.
Bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5. And white, oh, wait a minute, f6 is coming.
Maybe this is also solid for black. Knight d3, maybe. No, knight d3.
Why not queen c7? Maybe Li is playing for a win. You know, this position you can't win. This is just white can have a
with
draw.
knight takes c7. Maybe you can.
Maybe
try.
he plays for a win with knight
Knight
c7.
takes c7, but queen f3.
You know, the problem is not so many pieces on the board, and the attack is no longer a big threat. And if black manages to consolidate his pieces, a weakness would be on d4.
But it doesn't look like.
It doesn't look like it's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, why didn't he queen c7, such a natural move? Is he indeed playing for a win?
Maybe knight takes c7, queen f3 didn't like it.
Knight takes here? Bishop
Not
takes.
before, instead of queen takes c7, you want to take on c7 with the knight.
No, he took with the knight. I wonder
And
why
he took
not.
with the knight.
Why not queen c7?
Because bishop takes d5 and knight d3. This is ending. I mean, I don't like this ending. The pawn, with the bishop and versus knight.
No, but
ending
if
with
black plays b6, a5, f6, controlling everything.
yeah, but you control everything. But in the end, if you exchange everything,
that would be just.
this is
a draw.
only the white who has the advantage because
Yes.
of this d5 pawn.
Maybe. But I think this is just an equal position, just like that. That's it.
Oh, you have bishop b5 and then okay.
So
Maybe queen a5.
maybe so if there is no good move here, it means that Li is playing for a win. But I don't see what is wrong with queen c7. Maybe he's playing for a win, because this is a draw, and he took with the knight.
No, I don't think this is a win.
You
The
cannot
queen
play
f3, white is very comfortable.
I agree.
I can even say white is slightly better. I don't like black's position. I have a, yes, okay, isolated pawn on d4,
Maybe
but I
don't know, I'm
am
trying
very
to...
active, you know.
Okay, I'm going f6, your move.
f6, yes. I was thinking of that move. Maybe knight c4.
Knight c4.
Can you play b5?
Yeah, that is what, but now this...
Knight e3, and then the d5 is
yes.
coming. So no problem.
Is it,
And
is
this
this
will be a weakness,
this pawn
this
is
f6,
hanging.
you know.
That's the problem.
So
Maybe now knight d5.
But then I take, and then I have knight
Take.
e3.
I take with the queen.
Knight e3. It's totally fine for white.
Yeah, but exchanging queens is in black's favor in this position, because rook plus bishop is always a good.
Yeah,
a
but
good
this
team.
d5 pawn, you know.
Yeah, this is just equal.
Yeah.
So that's strange. Queen c7 seemed like a very natural move, but maybe Lee is playing for a win. But I don't believe that.
I don't believe he plays for a win here. I think.
So why not queen c7?
You're right. I don't know. Let's change the game.
Board number
Let's
2, Dinkler
accelerate.
and Friedman. We have
Friedman.
some interesting. So not much
Really
king g2, just
I
actually.
see it for the first time, doubling the rooks on the b file.
Yeah.
Interesting, this idea.
b5, queen c8, c takes, rook takes, queen d3. I think Dink is pushing for a win.
Did he make a mistake? I don't understand this position. b5.
No, I think Friedman calculated that all pawns get exchanged and it's an easy draw. But the problem is black cannot unpin. c5 is dangerous because I take and get to c6 square. Queen b7 is not working with the idea to take because of this, and you cannot recapture. So how else can you unpin? Only this move, and rook comes to c7. So maybe from the distance he thought, okay, next move rook c7, exchanging everything, agreeing for a draw. But Dink is still pushing with f5. Creates another weakness.
Actually, why black didn't play some moment g6? Maybe he didn't have time. This f5 idea, getting rid of this double pawn, you know, is good. Looks like very good idea.
g6 here, but you know, white is prepared with king g2. Now h4 is coming, forcing you to go h5 because the h file is annoying.
That's why.
And now you've got a weakened king side. Maybe I go here, and if you take, I don't know who. Maybe with the knight. I'm not sure.
Then you have the chance.
I can have this. This is very good. Knight comes to d4. So maybe you take with the bishop. I can still consider taking, but even this is dangerous. Knight f4 and
maybe at some moment g4.
Yes. So that's normally black in this position goes h6. Just.
But I think black has enough counterplay on the a5.
Yeah.
Even in this variation.
But these are quite tricky positions. You know, you can easily get in trouble. So he didn't want to weaken his.
But there must be some mistake, you know.
No, but still, let's give it.
f5 and it's difficult now. What
Queen b8 was played.
Queen b8. What about c takes b takes c6?
B takes c6. Rook takes b1.
C takes b7.
C takes b7. Rook takes c1. Knight takes c1. Queen takes b7. Takes offer a draw.
Really?
Of course. You have the weakness on d4. I have weakness.
So
on
this is nothing.
So b takes c is not working. So white probably would try this.
This. And then knight f4.
But then the rook is protecting everything.
Yeah. So this is also.
I don't see any compensation.
For black.
But what else can you do?
Let me see. B takes c6.
Yes.
Rook takes rook. Is c7 works here? C7.
Nice trick. You want to keep the rooks on
Yeah,
board.
I want to keep
I
the
take
rooks.
and you take.
Yeah,
And I maybe
but still
go
maybe
back.
nothing. Yeah?
Well, keeping the rooks is good for white because
Yeah.
the more pieces, the bigger
And
chances.
this E6 pawn is always
Maybe
weak.
rook E1.
Yeah, maybe in this way he
Rook
will have
B3.
slight edge.
Maybe, but I keep on attacking your
Rook.
queen.
You keep
Where
on
do you
attacking.
go? To E3 maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I do this, you win a tempo.
Yeah.
But even this is okay for black.
Knight F4.
Knight
Are you sure?
F4. I'm pretty sure.
You are pretty sure.
Yes, I'm pretty unsure.
How pretty?
Just
Let
kidding.
me see. I'm not so sure about this position actually, but anyway.
Okay, slight edge. Slight edge.
Slight edge, yes.
So white has to keep one pair of rooks. Otherwise, I think it's more or less easy draw.
Uh-huh.
So Dink is pushing, but as long as Friedman is not making any mistakes, black should be able to hold.
Yeah.
So white has slight edge on both first boards in this match.
We can go to
Armenia, Netherlands. Aronian was in trouble back
Okay.
there. Netherlands versus Armenia. So we left at this position. Knight d3, rook b8. Aronian
Rook
didn't find
B8.
anything better than to give away that pawn, but improve the rook. And just
some compensation.
some, but probably not enough. Black would suffer for a draw here,
Yeah,
of
looks
course.
like. I mean,
And
this is-
the problem also is the pawns are disconnected.
Yeah.
So b3,
Let's see what
a5,
Giri did.
knight a2. Okay, bishop definitely belongs on
Yeah.
that diagonal. The pawn on c2.
Actually, this looks very bad for Aronian. Look at the position. It's getting worse. But how to make a progress for white?
Maybe b4 at some point.
E4? Uh-huh.
So now he played king f1 because of back rank problem.
Yeah, back rank problem.
Let us check this most straightforward way. I think white would win a tempo maybe with rook h3. I just want to go rook b8. And maybe he would... Okay, maybe it's not actually winning a tempo. Maybe... I don't know, white would slowly improve because on rook b8 there's always rook c3 and keep my pawn up, and I would slowly improve, maybe move the knight somewhere,
Well,
maybe
actually,
g4.
Black
Unpleasant.
will fight for a draw
Yes,
for the
so-
whole time being. Here has a
Aro-
big advantage. He is a pawn up.
It's still against top grandmaster, it's very hard to convert even decisive
Yeah.
advantage.
This
Remember-
B3 pawn always. a
Remember
weakness, so
Meyer Aronian, completely winning
Yeah.
position, but
He found
that's why they're top grandmasters. They put problems till the end of the game, even in completely loss. And at some point you may lose concentration or miss some trick. So Aronian is struggling for a draw. Or Mamedov Kramnik, remember?
yeah, I do.
Huge pawn advantage,
Yeah.
pawn who just a good pawn up,
You're right.
and he didn't convert it. Okay, Giri is probably stronger player, but still this is far from being over.
You're right. I agree.
So, but of course, only white can win. Akopyan Van Velde. Isn't black in big trouble here?
That's what I'm thinking of.
Queen a5 was played, lone castle, takes f takes e, and that knight on h5 is completely out of the game. e5. At least black exchanged queens, because if he wouldn't exchange queens, just knight comes to f6 and the checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe white could have kept the queens on board somehow. Or maybe Akopyan thinks this is also clearly huge advantage.
Yeah, probably. This is huge advantage. Looks like a huge advantage actually.
So, okay, I need to move my knight to f5, knight f6, king h8. But there might be some tactics. No.
I think you have to take on f6.
Oh, no, I should do
You don't want
this
to take
and
f6?
I think, yes, I would force you with rook h3. No, this is horrible. White is strategically winning. That's it.
I think if you take...
I think that's game over. With the correct play, white is just winning.
Yeah.
Just pawn advantage on the queen side. f6 square is weak. No space. Knight on h5 is just horrible.
Yeah, right.
So Akopyan has decisive advantage. For now, a positional one.
Yeah.
Tyvekov, Sarkisyan. Tyvekov always gets these sort of pawn structures, and so I would say it's equal. Petrosyan, Lamy. Don't you get a deja vu?
Yeah, I do.
Kramnik playing white against Li Chao.
Yeah,
isn't it completely the same?
It's
completely the same position.
So it became a theory now. We were thinking.
We thought it was a blunder.
He made a mistake, a blunder, but now it became a theory. This blunder, blunder theory.
But knight b3. Yes, that's exactly
exactly the same position. Petrosyan, Lamy.
But this is better for white.
You know what I'm thinking of? Now it's easy to imitate the games like this, and you don't need to worry about how to find a new variation for the...
You just follow the top grandmaster.
Lee played this variation. Lamy is thinking now. Lee played, he defended against Kramnik, so why shouldn't I?
But you know, they spend so much time in a well-known position.
44 minutes. Well, they are trying to find out which move was this.
Or maybe they didn't follow closely that game, you know. They are not commentators. So
I don't think this is a coincidence.
I think this is...
I don't believe in such kind of coincidences.
Yeah, maybe Petrosyan just seen that game and said, okay, white is better, good variation. And maybe Lamy got deeper into the position, but it just doesn't look good for black.
Yeah, actually.
Kramnik was pushing for the...
I'm really getting surprised when I see such kind of games.
All right. So Armenia has edge unless Aronian is losing. So Akopyan is clearly winning.
Yeah.
Turkey, USA.
Yeah, let's check Turkey, USA first, the board, then we go to a break.
Okay, and then Alexander
Ripatov will be our guest after the break.
So Solak Kamsky. Solak played, at the moment where I proposed bishop e5, he played rook c1. Okay, yeah, just to explain a little. Oh, it's even twice a trick. Knight e2 loses for two reasons. So first reason is, okay, maybe rook a1 is not winning yet. All right, so rook a8, knight takes d1, rook c8. Oh no, this is losing too. So just huge blunder. And also knight takes a2, and the problem is the bishop on c8.
Bishop on c8.
Usually black has two rooks on 8 rank, so it's quite easy to forget about stuff like that. Knight d5 takes, bishop e5, f6. I think it's a useful move in this position. It comes with a tempo, and now rook d8, knight c3. Okay, decent idea. Not to give away the bishop for that knight, but to give away the knight that it's not working.
Yeah.
But it requires a pawn sacrifice. He wins back the pawn. Bishop c6.
Well, actually, black equalized.
Black equalized easily.
He found a good way of playing. He developed his pieces. This is what you are saying, actually. He always finds some ideas to equalize the game.
Yeah. Why didn't Solak play a3 here first? Or maybe he just wants a draw? Is that...
Well, actually, that's what I was thinking of, because now that b6 is weak, why to exchange these pawns and to give...
Yes, but maybe there is a precise reason. Bishop a6.
And where
do you go? To c2 maybe?
And what's wrong with c2?
It's awkwardly placed and my bishop is working. I go b5, for example. You go here.
Maybe you can play... No, you don't need to go to play b5. Bishop d7, rook c8. You control,
maybe bishop d7.
You control the c file.
Oh, and the trick is I don't have the... Oh, and bishop a4 is coming. So
also bishop a4
is coming. Yeah, that's the problem. Bishop h6 is coming.
Bishop h6 is coming.
Why didn't have much time?
Yeah, so maybe this bishop g3 idea is not a good move. Let me
Or
see.
maybe white just doesn't have any advantage. Maybe the
Knight
weaknesses
d5.
these are compensated with square.
But
on
maybe
d5.
there was let's see again. Knight d5. Knight d5.
No, rook c1 was played. Maybe bishop e5. What I
to
proposed
exchange the
earlier.
bishops.
Because Kamsky avoided that exchange.
Mhm.
But this way, I think white would. Oh, wait a minute. Knight can go back maybe to c6.
You're right.
Oh, but now I go back to g3.
Now you
And
win
if you
a
go
tempo.
back, I win a tempo that doesn't come
Exactly.
with a tempo. And if you go back here, maybe that's an option now. Very tricky position.
Yeah.
Now knight may come to f5. I think black is close to equalizing, and okay, maybe Sola could have put more
And
problems.
also, this move to make him play f6. On one side, you think that this e6 pawn is getting weak, but
No, but
on the other hand, he has a hole. He doesn't need to play something like he
yes,
just
but if you do the same, so wait
without
a minute,
bishop e5, just do bishop g3.
But then the pawn on d4 is weak, and if you go knight c3, I take. If you take with the rook, I just take on d4.
Yeah,
that
you're
is the
right.
problem.
Actually,
You're
this
not
is the
through.
problem.
This is a problem.
And also this a2 pawn.
I just go rook d8,
Yeah.
a2 is hanging, you
A2
do
is
this,
hanging,
I
yeah.
take, you take. Also, I can go still rook a2, and now my bishop is very strong, but this is just...
You're right. This is nothing.
So that's why he needed to force f6, but if he wanted an exchange, he should have considered this move. But it gives, as I said, the option of knight e7. And now this knight is not kicked away from b4. Black is just controlling d5. Knight f5 might be an option,
So black is defending.
Black defended very well, and this should be just a draw now.
position, yeah.
Rook e1 was played.
Yeah, okay. Oh, rook e1.
Why? Is he still playing for a win?
Maybe he
I
wants
don't-
to take this b7 pawn and e6 pawn.
No, I wouldn't.
Well,
I
how do you
just-
protect?
no, I don't believe it.
Bishop
Next move
takes-
is rook
bishop
e7.
takes bishop.
Pawn takes.
Now bishop d6 now. I want to give a check, or to put the bishop on c5, and I also, or maybe a3.
Okay, king f7 might be too.
But still nothing,
I
even
don't
if you
believe
don't
it.
do-
I don't
You
believe
can
it.
play e5 at some moment.
I don't know, rook e7 maybe.
Bishop d6.
And now in this. Rook bishop c5. If you go bishop c5, I take and go king f7.
So I cannot take on d6.
And I take on b2, I guess. Let me. So
Then
I
there is e7 check.
here takes. But you have to take with which rook? You have to take with this rook, but b2 is hanging. If you take
No,
with
wait
this,
a minute. I
take
take,
here.
you take here,
That's it.
e7 check, then it's nothing.
Wait a minute, maybe the d pawn can
D
promote.
pawn is dangerous. Yeah,
Oh,
very
that's-
dangerous.
That's not good. Okay, maybe
So he
maybe
has
he's
this
still
idea.
he's still trying to
slightly better.
to put some problems, but black should be fine here.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe
looks
open
like
up.
actually good move. Rook e1,
Maybe open up this bishop. What
Yeah.
about this?
f5.
This should be a draw. I don't believe it.
Well,
know.
in this case, this bishop e5 maybe, then this rook ending. I don't know.
Takes
Still
Okay.
equal probably
with the rook, maybe. Yeah.
with the rook. What
Rook
the rooks are
e7.
very active.
d5,
d5 or rook
king
e5.
f7.
or-
Should be a draw
yes.
still, but okay. So white is
Still
still
some-
putting some problems. All
Some
right.
pressure.
Some pressure. Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
So Solak is pushing. a
Solak
little
is
bit.
pushing. Let's see the
Onischuk.
Onischuk
Yilmaz.
Yilmaz.
So here Yilmaz played bishop e7, knight d2, and now knight c5. Very logical moves. Knight c4, queen moves back, bishop moves back, and castle. Very logical. Very logical. I
Mhm,
can't
mhm.
think of more logical moves than that. Knight d4. Okay, white is trying to scare black with some kingside attack. But I don't believe that you have no knights there. The e6 square is well protected.
Mhm.
I don't think that there's anything at all. g6, I don't like this move. I would wait for queen h5 to come. Why did he play G? Why not somewhere with the queen? Or maybe he wants to exchange
So
dark
these
square.
knights, very interesting. And these
Take a
knights
look.
are
Tricks are starting
yeah, he
here.
played in the tactical variations. He wants
Okay,
to take
so
on d4.
white
He
has
is
to
forced to
take.
take, yes.
Yes, because queen takes d4,
Queen
knight
takes
e2
d4, yeah.
fork.
But now I'm
No,
not
just
sure.
now black is better.
But now, no,
Knight
there's
b6.
knight b6.
Mhm.
That's why I don't know.
Knight b6, queen e5.
Knight b6, queen takes, a5, e5. Yes, this is probably why he did
I
this.
think black is better even. Bishop on b1 is dead. All black's pieces are working.
Actually, maybe he missed this knight b6, queen a5 move. Queen takes e5. Black is fine.
Black is better, I think.
Also, there's a threat bishop b5.
Yeah, rook c1 was played. Yeah, bishop
Oh,
b5 is
bishop
definitely a
b5.
move to consider. Very annoying pin.
How to
Then
get,
b3
how to
could
get
fall.
rid of this pin also. And the
Black is
e5
clearly
pawn
better.
will fall.
Okay, maybe white would have to do like this, and then like this.
To exchange the queens, but still black is
Two
fine.
bishops,
Two bishops,
Slight
and you don't have a hole. I
Yeah.
can play rook d8 and try to find to
Yeah,
come
and if you
on.
take, I maybe take with
Yes.
a pawn or with a rook.
Two
So
bishops,
only black is playing for a
black
win.
is okay. Okay,
Okay, so we are
we'll
going for a
take
break.
A small break,
And,
then we will be back with Alexander Ipatov of Turkey's first board to analyze together the games,
Yes.
and see you soon.
See you soon. Hi, everybody.
Hi everyone.
We are back. We have Alexander Ipatov as a
Together.
guest commentator, I guess. And we would take his resting today, of course. So Dragan Solak is on first board. And we already have one result.
Yes, very interesting.
Very interesting game. Board number 4 in match of Armenia, Netherlands-Armenia. Lamy went for the same position, completely same position as Kramnik-Lichao. Few rounds back, Kramnik didn't manage to convert his advantage, but black's position was bad.
We called it blunder theory. It
Yeah.
was actually.
Yeah, when
thought
we analyzed Kramnik's game, we thought that knight d7 is a blunder.
Yeah.
Ah,
What is
no,
it?
no, it was slightly different. Wait a minute, the queen was on e7 here. Oh, yes, they had a little bit
Slightly
different.
different,
So Kramnik-Lichao was this position on the board, bishop c3, and now knight d7 was played, but it just transposes with same position but without a move. So just completely same game, and knight d2, and I think he played e5, and but white still had advantage for the whole game. So, but Lamy played, maybe they did not see this game, I don't know. So king g8, this is very passive for black. Open position, bishop, what do you think,
Yeah, it should
Alexander?
be slightly better for it. Yeah. But if e5, you told maybe it takes e5.
I'm not 100% sure. e5. Yes, I remember computer suggested move like that. Oh yes, there's some sacrifice for
Oh, really?
initiative. Maybe that was his idea.
Okay.
Maybe, and then he would get something like 3
Pass
versus
pawn,
4.
yeah.
Maybe they exchange this. This is computer recommendation on that. I didn't analyze it so carefully.
Mm-hmm.
But Kramnik played d5. Of course, he have seen this one, but maybe he didn't want to go 4 versus 3 pawns on one part of the board. So I'm sure these pawns would get exchanged, but still good
yeah.
chances for a win. So
Especially
with the
Kramnik's
rooks on
technique.
board, if to take off the rooks, that would be a more or less easy draw. But with rooks on board, so e5 was played, but Lamy played king g8. But now he has problems on big diagonal and h4. I like this move.
Playing on two sides. Yeah.
Rook b8 and h5. He is trying to create second weakness. In this case, that would be king and square on g7, possibly after h6 at some point. And he decided for a risky computerish move, g takes h5.
Yeah.
But usually that's not good. Bishop f3 was played, and the problem is, I guess,
h4.
H4 was not played,
Probably
maybe because of
G4.
G4 and G5
Yeah.
coming,
Okay.
and then
Yeah, most probably.
maybe H6 should be played, but
Maybe
then
E5 or E5 is mistake also.
no, but it looks very risky. The
Yeah,
king
yeah,
is
of course.
exposed. King G2, Rook H1 might be coming. Looks very bad.
And
But
knight is out.
Probably he was hoping for this, and actually I was in the playing hall when he played F5, and I considered knight D2, knight F6, maybe knight. It's not that bad actually. The pawn, and now H4 would
Yeah,
always be.
probably.
There is no G4. H4
King
could
F7.
also weaken white's king. It looks not bad at all for
Yeah, but
black.
he blundered.
Maybe that was his intention when he took on H5, but he blundered the move knight C5. Very unexpected move. So I guess if B takes,
Rook B8, King B.
Rook B8,
Queen
Knight
A5,
B8, Queen A5,
CT4, Queen B6.
CT4, Queen B6,
Maybe.
Knight. Oh wait a minute, Queen D6,
Ah, A4. I
and
don't know.
now A4.
Maybe something.
Seems like winning for white.
Yeah.
Just pushing the.
Okay, E5. E4. Knight takes.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
No. Yeah, should be white. Should be pressing.
Yeah, looks very dangerous actually. E5.
Yeah, maybe it's not so easy here.
Maybe some counterplay for black.
Yeah,
actually.
definitely.
What about this check? Is it possible?
Queen D5. No, it should be draw. I mean, King F. King somewhere. King G6. I mean, white's king is also exposed.
Yeah, you somehow should open
Oh,
up
it
at
should
F4, H4. It's not draw at the moment, but probably should be.
Well, definitely should
The
be.
yeah. Or maybe just E4, D3. Yeah, just even I can lose.
Just, yeah. 'Cause you-
A6, D3.
But
Push check.
instead he made a big blunder.
Yeah.
But wait a minute. Why didn't he go for this? Maybe we are missing.
He didn't
something.
like this probably.
Because white gets.
If you were
Plus-
black, you
Wait a
wouldn't
minute.
like
Queen
it either.
E5.
You found a good move.
Yes. Knight D7.
And there is no Queen D6, Knight D7, Knight
no,
D8.
And white is slightly.
white is
Not slightly.
definitely better with this passed pawn.
Well,
Don't
it's
you
still
think?
one pawn. Queen A. There is no Queen A.
There is no Queen A3. That's the problem.
So maybe Knight A6.
Knight A6, but now maybe I can take on C6.
Yeah, white should be better. Yeah.
Looks very good for white.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
Bishop D5 at even I
You're
think
right.
at some point. The distant A-pawn. The knight is very bad when playing on two sides. So
Yeah, he didn't
yeah,
like
that's why he didn't go for it. But he played knight F6, and
Here,
He,
nice trick.
he
Very
lost
nice trick.
on the spot.
Queen A5. He completely missed this move. And if takes, check. If king comes here, Rook B7, just a piece up.
In 98.
If
bishop
knight E8 and bishop somewhere, I don't know, maybe C6. No, just bishop C6, Queen D6, Rook E8,
and
Rook
takes everything.
C6, tail.
Queen D4.
Okay, maybe this is still not.
No, it's lost, of course, also.
It should be lost, but maybe
Yeah.
maybe bishop takes H5 is more technical.
And 96.
So that
Yeah, of course, 96 check. Yeah.
just
Yeah, of course, just lost.
no E3 win, anything wins here.
I
so.
mean, if black cannot even take on D4.
Yeah.
Because 96,
Yeah, so just completely lost,
Yeah.
and Queen A5 he resigned. So very bad loss.
Maybe in that position, Rook D8 is winning.
Sorry,
Rook D8.
here.
Rook D8, maybe.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yes, so it's.
That is beautiful win. the most precise for sure.
Yeah.
Very nice. We don't even need the bishop on H5 here.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. So first result, Armenia is now lead against Netherlands.
And Aronian is supposed to hold this game against Giri.
Aronian was in trouble. Let's see what has changed. Rook D8 was played, Knight F4, Bishop F7, Knight C3, takes. That's the problem with the position. Not even actually the pawn on B3 a problem, but
So-
no outpost for the knight. The
Exactly.
knights will always run around, and black has an outpost on C5. Knight E4, Knight C3, F5. Again, knight has no place. There is
Exactly,
no-
and the other knight comes to C5. So now white will has to be precise, most probably.
Maybe not. Maybe.
Well, king comes to e5, maybe. Well,
Suddenly black is
playing.
has got the pawn back, and now
I think black is playing.
black is playing for
Oh, rook
winning.
d4 is coming. That's a problem. Then knight c5.
Black is playing anyway. I mean, even if we exchange knights, my knights come to c4. My knight comes to c5.
You mean your next move is knight c5?
At least
even,
that
yeah?
is not. Rook b4, of course, is stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, white is out of ideas.
Oh, maybe white is okay. Let's find a draw for white now.
No, it should be draw, of course, objectively. But
Okay, please make a move.
yes, good idea. Because if knight before, king e3. If rook b4, maybe knight a2 is working. In some rook ending, you know. Yeah, rook b3.
Takes.
And maybe check and.
Yeah,
it
this should be a draw.
I
Yeah.
have a active rook. Yeah, rook.
No, that's definitely a draw. And so, okay, I don't go rook b4.
King f6. King e6 maybe is more precise.
Just improving the
yeah.
king. What's your next move?
Yeah, I mean, it should be a draw, of course. I mean, black can try. Maybe I can bring my king to c5. And your knight is just passive on c3. So. And then king goes to b4.
Yeah, if the king comes to b4,
It's
that
also
would be
easy.
over.
It's
So
c4.
wait a minute, maybe white can force things somehow. It was if I could go knight e4, that would be very good. You know,
but
many
knight is
threats.
cut off.
So maybe g4, but it's just. Or he will not play it for sure. But let's take a
Yeah,
look.
f takes.
Ah, I don't have knight e4 never because
King e6
because
even maybe.
no because
well,
of this.
king e6 rook b3.
Because of this.
Yeah,
Sorry,
at least.
so what should I do? King d1?
Maybe
No.
king d1, yes. But then king comes to e5, then I exchange knights, and I come with knight to c5.
Maybe knight. Oh, knight a2 loses
Yeah,
the
white
queen.
is just
Okay,
worse.
so let me play this.
King
You
e6.
play this, and now knight a2.
So what
I
do
wanna
want?
go knight c1. You knight c5. I take, and knight b3.
So maybe
and
now
I'm
I play
fine.
knight c5.
So maybe now you play knight c5.
And then come to d4.
Then I take, and
d4.
then come to d. But you go to d6. I have no check.
Still, objectively should be a draw. Maybe. Yeah.
But definitely white is now struggling.
Exactly.
Wow,
Yeah.
Aronian is an excellent chess player.
White,
you know?
white has played king
King
e3.
e3 was played. We expect king e6, and it's not clear what white can do. This knight is completely cut off. Maybe knight e2.
King d6.
d6.
King c. Knight.
No, knight d4.
Knight d4 is winning.
I'm just winning. So knight e2.
No, rook e7 check. Maybe not winning.
Oh, king d6. Mm-hmm.
Maybe not winning. Knight c5 check. Not. I mean, it's not so easy.
Okay, knight d4.
Check.
F4 not helpful.
So you must play king
Okay.
d3, knight c5 check, and g6 maybe.
King c3. No.
And then rook comes to b6 maybe.
Yeah,
you
the
cannot-
idea
you
is
cannot
rook
knight
b6.
d4 check. You cannot g6 I play.
Oh, knight a4 is check. Oh,
Black is better. Anyway.
what if I go king d2?
Ah.
But now you have this and king c5. Maybe.
I mean, black can try.
White seems to be in trouble. King d6. If rook d1, king c5.
Yeah.
What about the time? Can anyone tell me? I see only the time of in black's position. Black has 20 minutes. Maybe we can calculate how much time they have, but
Yeah.
I'm
we
too
we cannot
lazy.
see on the camera, unfortunately. It's too far.
Yeah. We can calculate. The game started 3-something hours ago. Move number 40.
He played
so
king
they-
e3.
No, but there is time here, but I'm not
but
sure.
for white, I don't
Yeah,
see
for
the
white.
time. That's
Mihai,
but
he
move number
played king
40. It
e3.
doesn't matter anymore.
Move number 40.
Yeah, so the time doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
Black is better. All right.
I think the white should hold on this level.
Yeah.
But it's also, a psychological problem, I think.
Yeah,
when
also,
you were
and against
better all
number
the
two of
game,
world, yeah.
and suddenly you're worse and have to find some moves, you...
Of course, definitely.
Like Korobov lost to Van Velde. He was better, and then...
Slightly.
Maybe slightly
Yeah,
better,
he
but
just
looked
pushed.
like without risk.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but we
Yes.
didn't check any games from Azerbaijan
Oh, no, we
against
didn't.
Egypt. So let's
Because
check
it's
quickly.
not a decisive
Let's
match,
check
but
quickly
okay, let's...
Azerbaijan versus Egypt.
So first
match.
board... Where is the first board? No. Where is the first board?
First board is
Eltaj Safarli is playing.
Safarli on first board.
Yeah, he won
okay.
already.
So Safarli won. Oh, he was exchange up. How did that happen? A blunder?
Yeah, I saw this position when I was coming to the game.
How did he lose exchange here?
F3? Oh, so F3 is not working.
Why F3 is not working?
Good question, yeah.
So what was wrong? Why did he go for such extraordinary measures? The bishop is not protected, queen and pawn on e3. There
F3
might be some
probably-
tactics.
What about bishop f8?
Queen somewhere
in
D3.
d3.
Bishop A2.
Queen.
But okay,
Yeah,
we can play.
It's playable, yeah.
Why not f3?
But you are,
Maybe
you are
Safarli was also
losing. You are
surprised.
losing a2 pawn.
Yeah, but I'm pawn up now, so
Yes.
Ah, you are a pawn up.
Yeah. That's strange. Queen c2. I guess bishop d3 is okay. Oh, maybe.
Bishops.
Rook e3. Just wait a minute. Rook e3.
It looks too much. I have bishop F2 in the end, I mean.
You mean you take here? Yes.
Rook D4.
4, rook e8. Queen d2.
Yeah, for example.
Doesn't work.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Can
Okay,
you-
strange decision. Okay, black would be better after bishop takes a2, but
But it was not needed.
yeah, rook takes d5 was not nearly needed. Maybe he thought he can, somehow play a4, bishop c4, but
But he lost
Yeah,
in few
he just-
moves.
yeah, he just collapsed. Okay. Amin Bassam is trying to win against Turar Beli. Amin Bassam
Yeah.
is a winner in this
Yes.
No,
match.
but yesterday I checked his performance. He's just +1. I thought he's +3, +4.
Amin +1.
He's 4 out of 7.
Oh,
I thought he's just going very well.
oh, he was not doing well in the beginning. I
Maybe,
think he
but-
lost to
Yeah, but he won 3 games also.
yeah. And here he has decent chances for
Oh,
a
definitely.
win.
Yeah, but black can try to hold because bishop pair and pawn,
Yeah,
and he's a little bit bent on the 5th rank.
yeah, but only of course white can.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So Mamedov Shoker. What do we have here? Slightly better for white, isn't it?
I'm sure, yeah. More active pieces, space advantage.
F6 square, A file, space,
Yeah.
but no weaknesses for black. So, but white is
They
better.
will come, yeah.
Time will come, yes. So white is better, but not much.
Also, class will pay off finally.
Maybe. Then they have 11 moves to go, so anything could happen here. And
Yes.
Guseynov, Labib.
Interesting, yeah. I'm not sure that white is better here.
Me neither. What is white's next move?
To exchange queens.
To exchange queens and win a pawn.
But the pawn
Okay.
on d3 is also weak, so maybe take and bishop e5.
Maybe bishop
Bishop takes
e5,
g5,
right?
maybe g5. I don't know.
Maybe now bishop e5.
Maybe.
What to do with this rook?
Yeah. It's a good question.
1 minute white has on the clock actually,
Yeah.
according to the
So it's
live
probably
broadcast.
that, yeah, black is playing.
So wait, am I winning an exchange or what?
Yeah. Maybe you'll have the queen takes d7, king takes, and then to give up.
Oh
the
yes, maybe this is the way to go. Takes.
But still,
takes.
I mean, maybe
But
king
no,
c6.
just
G4.
g4, d3 pawn is weak.
Yeah, exactly. And
So only white can lose here.
of course.
Maybe it's a
You say
blunder.
no blunder probably.
Maybe it's a blunder. Bishop e5 was not played yet. Oh, maybe I have this move,
King
but
b7.
it looks so awkward.
King b7, and
Rook c5 somehow.
he
But
has played this move.
He's played bishop e5. It could be a blunder by Guseynov. Maybe to sacrifice an exchange this way.
Take on b5, take on d3. I mean,
Takes.
I'm not sure yet.
Takes. Oh, sorry.
and then take on f3.
Takes.
No, but white can try to put some problems in front of black.
Yes, but it seems like just a blunder.
Yeah, most probably.
Seems like a blunder. Yeah. So Guseynov's in trouble. But Safarli already won, so it's okay for
Yeah.
Azerbaijan.
So let's see maybe Turkey against America.
Okay, Turkey, USA. So far, all games are in progress. Solak is pushing Kamsky. I thought actually that this would be just a draw very quickly. It looked, this position looked like about to exchange everything.
But there is some small difference in activity of rooks.
Yeah, the problem is that I cannot win the b2 pawn.
Yeah.
That would be just the draw. But now the rook on b6 is very strong.
Defending the pawn on b2 and attacking black's
Oh, we considered this position in live analysis. We thought king f7, but it's not good probably because of this. And the d pawn is very strong.
Yeah.
It's not
Maybe
clear
game
how to
is already
stop it.
over. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe white is already winning indeed. So e5 was played, takes, bishop h3, trapping the rook, forcing the exchange. And now black's
I
just
think
gonna go back and forth.
This looks totally equal.
And
No, it's not totally. Take
White
a look
is
at
better,
your
yeah.
white is clearly
But
better.
how to improve?
h4, h5.
H4, H5?
Yeah, why not?
And
Create
then-
a weakness on g6
and
if
then
you
what?
take.
maybe when rook 4 to b5 then take on e5 maybe. Black will play rook
this
e7.
is very unpleasant for black.
Rook e7 maybe.
No, but rook d4 check is unpleasant, right? Oh no,
Right,
but
we'll go
I'll
back.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
No, there is a weakness on b7, there is a weakness on e5, and I can create a third weakness by h4, h5. If you take on h5, I can go king f5, and then eat some of your
No,
pawns.
rook e7 check.
No, but maybe first rook.
No, yeah, but
so
objectively it's a
prepare.
draw. But
But
black
on
has to suffer.
black is suffering.
But I don't understand. You play H4, I play H5. What's
King
the
g5.
move?
It's
Then
lost.
rook F7.
Rook g6 check.
check.
Ah, sorry.
So that's the problem. You've got already two weaknesses, and I may create a third one on g6. Black is suffering just because of the rook on a7. If that rook was on e7, that would be just a draw. But the rook on a7 is doing absolutely nothing.
White has.
He
Gonna
doesn't have
I
much
agree.
time. What is move? What is? It's 39 move. He
Ah,
doesn't want to
Yeah,
rush. You know.
that's
He
a good
wants to-
decision. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Then maybe he's gonna play h3 or go back and forth with the rook, and then decide what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Black is in trouble.
Yeah, black is pressing.
So
I
for
thought
rook,
in the
white
rook
first
4
round-
b5, you would go to e7, and then may go through f1 to e4 and play b3 so that you have no check.
But even if black gives up his pawn on b7 and exchanges one pair of rook, maybe it will be still a draw.
Yeah, maybe that's actually a way to go for black.
But not
That's
so
the
easy.
pawn on h7, and how do you?
Yeah, I
what
have to
do-
put my king on f5, play h5, g5, which is not easy.
Yeah, maybe. But if you go h5, I run to g5.
Maybe king h6, I don't know.
So for our viewers who want to learn something, usually in rook endgame, if you have even number of pawns but very passive rooks, more often than not you have to sacrifice a pawn to activate your rook. So for example here a good option could have been rook a1 with the idea then to activate the rook and put it behind the passed pawn. But there is a problem with the pawn on h7. If it was on h5 right now, that would be fine with black. Black would go king f6, and most likely that would be a draw.
Easy draw, yeah.
But the pawn on h7 is maybe black should go h6 now.
But now king g4 and h4.
Oh, but now I can do this,
Rook a there is no
and then
rook.
maybe go back and
h4 is possible. It's not possible.
maybe h4. But now that rook can.
Yeah.
Ah, but I win a pawn, yeah, and we keep on
So
playing.
I mean, rook a6 maybe.
Okay, 6. I go rook b5.
If you go, yeah.
I don't know.
King
I'm
f6.
Still.
It's already a draw.
Oh, in this case you equalized, yeah.
Black
So maybe h6 black has to consider with the idea if white just still does nothing, just leave the pawn on b7 hanging.
But on the other hand, it weakens the pawn on g6. So maybe
Yeah.
not to.
No, but next move is maybe rook a6 now.
And king f6. Okay.
Maybe next move is rook a6, takes on b7, king f6,
Mm-hmm.
and then if white
King
pushes
h6 he plays.
king
King
h6,
h6
yes.
propose, yeah, because he wants to play, I think, king g5 and h5, or he wants. I think white will go now king g4, and then he will get 30 minutes more, and
Yeah,
he'll
yeah.
start thinking.
Yeah, if there is no threefold repetition.
No. Maybe.
No,
No,
there's not. So he can go back to g4. I think he did this move.
He played this move.
Yeah, there is no rook on b6, so he
Okay.
played this move. b5. Black is suffering.
Yeah.
Probably it's a draw, but black is suffering. So board number 2 on the Shuk Yilmaz. Yilmaz,
Is playing. Black is much better.
black is much better. Actually, in this position, I propose to go to give away another bishop, but still this wouldn't be a solution to all the problems. Still unpleasant. So just black is clearly better. Takes, d8.
Yeah.
I trick bishop c2, b3 wins.
So rook d4 he played that one.
Rook c1 was
Oh,
played.
C1, okay.
Why not rook d4? Maybe rook a8?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, so what? King f1 maybe.
Why didn't he play rook d4?
Maybe white had an illusion he's better because of
Oh.
bishop. I don't think so.
I don't think so too.
Because if rook 8 and just play king f1, rook a1, rook d1, and then king a2. And I can always
Wait a
take
minute,
on
knight
c5.
d3. And I win something.
Something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
White is
this
in
is
trouble.
probably the
Actually,
reason why he
Let's say
didn't
king
play.
Maybe
a2,
some-
let's say king a2. Knight takes e5.
Or
Yeah.
b2, I don't
Okay,
know.
if take on b2, maybe rook b7. Rook d7.
Okay, I'll take on e5.
Yeah.
So maybe in this position you go f4, but then you might have some problems on that day, I don't know. Anyway, rook a1.
Maybe same idea.
Maybe same works.
Yeah.
This is unpleasant, very unpleasant position. So but why not rook a8 now? Because c5 is hanging. Okay. So yeah, rook c1, knight a4, b3, knight c3, king f1, rook d5. Is black already winning a pawn?
White to move now.
Yeah, white to move. f4 seems like a move to consider.
Take rook d3, king a2. Yeah.
And bishop d2, I kick you away.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe g5 first. And if you go g3, then maybe now it works. Because you got a weakness on h2.
No, but Mihail, you can also play exchange the bishops and you have a perfect position, no? Bishop c5, for example. What to play for white? This is strategic.
There is no king f2 even, yeah.
Look at this position.
No, I take.
So what do you play?
If I put my bishop on c4 and rook on c2,
But
I
my
might
rook
be
will
okay,
come
but
inside the rook
rook's
d4,
coming here.
and you always
Yeah.
have,
But I think it little bit slows down there.
maybe you don't like
Yeah.
this idea.
I'm not sure, but if it works in a concrete way, if rook can get to d2, then I agree, but I'm not sure about that. So for example, text, I don't have king f2, yeah. Yeah, maybe it works, but also g5 creating another weakness, and if you go g3, now my king, I take your bishop and my king will come to f5.
But
That would be
g4 you
game
can't take on g4.
g5.
g5 and then bishop f4.
Well, maybe I take here first and win a pawn.
King f2?
Ah, you win a pawn.
No, rook ending should be drawn.
But this rook
Take
ending-
rook c1.
You're right. Maybe the best idea is to play bishop c5.
Yeah, maybe, exactly.
Because
Yeah,
you
but
tie
this
him
is
down.
highly unpleasant position for white.
Yeah,
I think black is
maybe
close
he's
to
even
winning. Black is very close
Yes.
to winning.
I hope Yilmaz will win this. He needs this win. You know,
Yes, he needs
after losing
badly.
so many games.
So Solak is pushing.
If he wins this game, probably Turkey actually will not lose this match.
No, but Turkey is pushing, I think.
Yes.
So Solak has a clear advantage with no risk. Same here, very even bigger advantage.
If bishop c5, maybe.
You mean here f4? What is the move number right now? 30.
Oh, so that's still
F4.
in trouble.
Time trouble for Onichuk, yes?
I think for both of them.
Bishop c5, yeah.
Above the
Oh, this was played actually.
played.
This is f4, knights,
Very
bishop
good
c5.
idea actually. This is secure, you know. You just play, you exchange one bishop, and then
Okay,
take
let
maybe. Yeah.
take
bishop d3.
bishop d3, and if you go
Bishop c4.
like this,
Rook
I go
a1.
rook a1.
Yes.
That's the
or
problem.
I
maybe
think it's already
you
drawn.
first
And
you
go
play. Wait a minute. First you play rook d4,
g3.
then you go to
I mean,
d2.
it's the draw also. Rook a1.
Why draw? You give the pawn.
Rook a8, rook a7, and e6 is
No,
hanging.
knight a2 maybe you should play. Knight a2 and then take on h2.
I don't understand.
If you take here, I
Yes.
give you check,
And then?
and I go back.
Draw.
There's no good way to protect yourself from bishop e6.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he played bishop.
No, it's
I see.
problem
Yeah,
in
he
transmission.
took and bishop this.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
definitely. This is what happened. I'm not sure about this bishop c5 move actually. It lets
No, rook,
him
there is move rook a5 actually.
rook c2.
And rook c2. Okay, rook.
No, if I put my rook on c2, bishop on c4,
No, but there is
I will
knight
be
a2
fine.
in this variation. You just pass to.
Yeah, yeah, what I told you. Rook knight a2 and then maybe.
Why not?
where?
No, wait a minute. You
This is
rook
the
d5,
position,
Rook
back to
d5, bishop c4, rook
Fine.
d4, and then g3, rook d2,
Wait a minute, rook a1.
rook
Black
d2.
move, black move.
No, but I mean, if you go rook a1, there might be rook c4 and b3. But if you have a maybe king g7 actually.
Rook a1. Ah, you take rook c4.
Yes, that's the trick I'm counting.
Also,
on.
this is a trick.
c5 not working, I suppose, right?
b2,
Rook.
and then king comes first.
Yeah, this is also a trick.
Rook here and
Yeah,
king
yeah,
comes.
but-
So,
So this is winning.
but maybe you go rook c2 and still black is better.
But
I
if
don't
to
know,
exchange
G5?
rooks, maybe if to exchange rooks, maybe white is just winning. If to exchange rooks. If
But
to
who
exchange-
would?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. I go h6, g5.
King f2,
Yeah, she's
G5.
g5.
king s3,
3, maybe check.
king f3, rook c3 is not a threat. Okay. Yeah.
It's not a
Take,
threat. Yeah, takes.
I mean, rook g2 is I mean, white is not worse.
Mhm. Maybe g5 right away. Maybe okay, king g7, hoping for a trick, but white has
rook
useful
d2, yeah.
move.
Rook d2 is the most
So
human
rook
move.
d2 most natural
Rook
move.
a1.
Rook a1.
Knight a2. Yeah.
Now the king comes.
Yeah, but
But now rook takes h2.
I mean,
King g1 is it? No, I mean the black king comes.
Oh yes, I'm trying to figure out the way how to improve. Oh wait a minute.
king e1. Yeah.
Ah, and no,
Why not
king
king e1?
e1 takes and
Rook
rook
d1.
d1, and you're not afraid of this.
Yeah, I mean,
You're not
Take-
afraid.
yeah, and knight e4 in the end maybe. Check knight e4.
Yeah, I think
Check.
this is also good for black.
Yeah, it's lost.
Knight
Knight
e4.
e4.
Or
Yes,
it's
should
fine.
his
And
h pawn
h5.
would be very quick. Yeah. So rook d2 and rook e1, knight a2.
So maybe rook e1 here. I was thinking about
Rook e1.
rook e1. Yeah.
You just give.
Rook
the
takes
pawn.
h2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rook e2. At least I exchange on the better square. So
But maybe
if
I
you don't
will.
exchange, I go rook d2 in the end. So,
But I get some extra tempos.
but you cannot attack any of my pawns. You just already
Mhm.
got one pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you exchange, for example.
Rook e1. You wanna go rook e2. That's a
So
problem.
why not rook e2? You cannot take only
Take, king e3.
Takes.
king somewhere. h5 or whatever.
h5.
But why? Why h5?
To block the g4. No.
But I'm not coming g4.
I think
You
white
will
has
come-
decent chances to make.
No, I'm coming to c5 and then try to win your pawn.
But maybe white is not coming anywhere. We are just holding the position and I play g4, exchange
So
h
how
pawn
do
for
you
g
come?
pawn.
Mm.
Yeah, also the black has can play h5, king g7, king h6, and then h4.
Mm-hmm.
But you
Or
Or
you
G5.
take and king h5.
Good winning chances for
Yeah,
black.
definitely.
Well, he has good winning chances. You're right.
But it's important to go rook d4 first, otherwise.
Rook d4.
Yeah, that's the position
He
now
played,
on the
yes?
board. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Also,
Okay, he may set a trap as king
also
G7,
in this
right?
position, also
Yeah.
he can try g5. Maybe
Yeah.
this is also good. I don't know.
But
G5
g5 takes.
No, it's too much. I mean,
Takes.
You open the f file for my rook, so
Yeah, maybe it's too much. Yeah.
no, I think this dominating idea is very good.
knight a2,
And now knight a2, yes.
bishop
Maybe
e2
wait a minute. Maybe I just go h4 first and then rook e1.
also seems reasonable. Yeah? King g7.
King g7, he sets up a trap. So let's check. Takes, b3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the king is very close enough. The king is close enough.
But king g7 anyway is a good move.
Yeah, so he's expecting rook a1, but what did we consider? We consider rook c2, yes?
Yeah.
And now h6 is too slow.
King
But what
h6.
else? Was the idea G5?
Was no, oh yeah, maybe.
No.
Yeah, no, actually.
H6, you didn't like it. Why you didn't like
King
it?
F2,
King F2.
G5.
King E3. Okay, White managed to centralize his king, so
At least, yeah. Still black is somehow trying to do something, but
No, don't give the check. You just can come to D1. Why
Can't.
not? What do you play here?
can I go?
yeah.
Yes, you
Here.
can, but
I mean, if they change rooks, maybe White is better. In how? Maybe I don't know, because you got your fixed pawn structure on F7, E6, so you can attack with.
But the funny thing is you cannot win my b4 pawn.
because you got
Never.
knight E2.
I go knight a2. If you attack bishop b1, I go back to c3 with the tempo. So black is,
Yeah.
even with exchange of the rooks, black is not risking anything. So
But
this,
it's
but
yeah.
it should just
now maybe rook e1 check.
King D4 is not working. Yeah? It's working. Should
You
do
are losing
something. Yeah, but I'm taking the other pawn on
Ah, you
D4, which
want
is
to
more
play
important.
You can
and there
play-
is no fork here.
Yeah,
No,
no,
there is no
I think
fork.
black in trouble.
Yeah.
If I win this pawn, then yeah, it becomes double-edged. Black
yeah,
can lose
no,
here.
no, it's not. Yes.
So king g7 maybe
Maybe
a
it's not the
mistake,
best
but
move,
maybe not. We're expecting rook c2. And knight just okay.
No, it's just a wise move yet to protect your second rank.
Yeah, and then king comes.
Yeah.
Black, I think white
He
almost.
played rook c2.
He played rook c2, of course.
I mean, Onishuk is a good player, of course. So.
Yeah. Unfortunately
He
for
played-
Turkey.
But he's
He also-
Ukrainian.
He also played something very fast.
Oh really?
Yeah. I don't know what he played.
Okay, so I think black still has some advantage, but it could have been bigger.
Yeah,
in my
let's go to
opinion.
Russia.
Let's go Russia,
Yeah,
Ukraine.
okay. Ukraine match. And what is this position? Kramnik, Ivanchuk.
maybe it's they are forcing a draw. So where did we leave? Rook c8 was played.
Uh-huh.
Queen e3, takes. It's actually quite unpleasant for black
Ah,
to
they
play
may
because
It's just
already
ended.
a draw. Yeah.
It's just ended. Now,
It's draw already. Yeah.
look, you
Oh.
see they are signing it.
Take a
Which
look.
is-
Bishop g3. What's the idea? F takes queen c2, and if king takes, what if king takes g3?
If the king takes,
Who would be the
Rook c5?
fastest? Queen e8.
Ah, check. There is check. Yeah.
maybe rook c3. Rook c3 check.
And Queen H3.
And take on h3.
And then Queen G4 check. Yeah, and then D1.
Yeah.
So if king takes, rook c3, you say,
Yeah.
and if
There is no
f3,
place.
Queen G5 maybe.
g5,
At least maybe.
Yeah.
checkmating.
What
Just
is-
checkmate.
On dark squares.
Rook c2.
Just checkmate.
Yeah.
Or a good move, bishop takes G3.
And here it was not working because there is no f takes g, f takes g.
There is no check anymore.
And so it's very unexpected. Usually, after king g2, you
Ivanchuk-
never have any
Ivanchuk
second.
didn't expect this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
It's like-
but this was still already.
And if
close.
Queen takes from where?
That is what happened.
Yeah.
Bishop h4, queen d4.
Yeah. Very good defense back.
But did he play bishop f2?
Queen F2.
Queen
Rook-
f2,
Rook c2.
rook,
Rook D2.
Rook d2, queen,
queen
takes
g5.
Yeah.
No, queen g5
Very
and
nice.
black wins.
Yeah.
Queen?
Queen g5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, wait, still let's continue.
Well, actually, he played very well.
Let's
King
continue.
H1. Yeah. Knight, Rook D2. Ah, Queen
Rook
D2.
d2, I'm checkmating.
Queen
Queen d2,
Yes, I
yes.
want
Just for
Yeah, that's
our
okay.
viewers to,
Yeah, you're
see
right.
what we're talking about.
Mm.
And if you take with the queen, the king escapes and black is winning.
Queen. Yeah, should do it.
So yeah, just a draw. Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh,
Не помню,
Nepomniachtchi
что
has
Криворучко.
gone already. How come?
maybe a blunder?
I don't understand.
That's not
Oh,
good.
the queen has been trapped.
That's not
The
good.
final position.
Because on live broadcast,
you
Nepomniachtchi
lost
has
the queen.
congratulated Kramnik, so he was happy.
Ah.
Mm. But I thought black almost equalized here. Isn't this
Yeah,
just very
me,
close
me
to
too.
equal?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
Still white is pushing a little bit, but
But what is this?
what happened? What happened? Maneuvering.
Somebody is
So
coming.
they came to the live.
Oh, we
Okay.
have
Yeah.
We have a guest.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll
Maybe.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a guest. Say
Mr.
goodbye to Alexander.
Nepomniachtchi.
Will you come back?
Congratulations.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
thank you, sure.
Okay. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi here, who just probably secured the win for Russia.
Yes.
Okay, no idea. Tomorrow is one match.
I mean for of today's match.
Okay, for today's match, that's it.
It was the key match.
Could you
Yeah.
tell us a
Okay,
little
every
bit?
match is key match in this tournament.
Yeah, but still, you had a better position. We were thinking.
Yeah, okay, so I think I was better all the time, but at some moment I'll almost, it gonna almost equal. Yeah, okay, so 93, 96. Okay, 95 is not so, I mean, not the main line here, I think bishop g2, but it's very tricky, and I think the principal line for black here is bishop takes on f2. And, okay, with some complications, but this, I think this is just a little bit worse without any serious counterplay.
Yeah, that's what we were
Yeah, so
thinking
here I
about.
was thinking a lot because I wanted to find a good setup. Okay, rook c1 shouldn't be a mistake because anyway I'm planning to play knight d5,
Mhm.
and then I will put some pressure on c7 pawn.
Mhm.
Castles. Okay, a3 maybe not so good, but I mean I wanted to play castle, but here I wasn't so sure if I'm winning here, so maybe I can take some of these pawns. Yeah, but okay, black is already 2 pawns up, so and I mean it's not so easy to find a mate by force here. So okay, maybe
It should be, but
okay, maybe this shouldn't be okay. But I mean I don't need this because I can
Yeah.
play start with a3, and now queen c4 for example I can play knight d5, and okay if queen e6, knight c7, queen e5 before is important move. For okay, some example of the line
Mhm.
here. Yeah, so obviously black shouldn't take on c4. That's why black played h6. Okay, here I started to. Okay, I had no idea how to improve my position because I liked everything. Maybe this. Okay, rook c2 shouldn't be a mistake, but still I'm not sure. h6.
So basically, black
Yeah,
is
black,
very passive, no
black is very
counterplay
passive, but no weaknesses. Till
for
now.
the moment.
Yeah, till now. So it's not so easy how to, I mean, exploit the weakness of a c7 pawn. And normally this bishop on f4 helps more if I put it to the long diagonal,
Mhm.
to b2. So here I wanted to play something like bishop c1 for a moment, or here, or maybe on the move later. But, okay, here I think I made a mistake, so here I should have started with bishop c1.
Mhm.
And then just bishop b2. Okay, if black plays c6, then black just has this weakness on d6 forever. So maybe I shouldn't try to avoid this. But okay, I thought I played very logical h3. Okay, took on d5. But here it's not so easy because bishop d7 and bishop b5. Okay, some
Actually, in the
unpleasant
analysis,
threats.
we considered a4. I don't know what.
Yeah,
what you
a3,
said.
a5. I wasn't so sure.
A4, and we thought b5,
Aha.
and maybe then a5. Just the plan is.
But then maybe bishop
If-
c5, b6.
But there might be
still-
some rook takes
and bishop
c5.
c5 too. Okay, that's brilliant.
And if you don't go bishop
Sure.
c5, that's
Yeah, a4. Okay. I just play so weak. Yeah, okay, a4, a5, b5, and okay. Of
because
course,
including
you know what?
b5.
You know the
makes
problem
it-
after e4, a5. I thought I should take ba5.
Mhm.
You know, and here if bishop c5, I saw rook takes c5, and of course after b5, bishop c5, I didn't see this. So see this. But here I thought I have also some ideas like bishop b6, bishop b4, and okay, play
Queen
position.
e2 was not working here.
Queen e2. I thought maybe. Here rook e1, queen takes. Okay, maybe queen e2 works. So okay, maybe I was just blundering. So that's why even this queen e2, yeah. So that's why I surely I just completely missed this. Yeah, but okay, after b5 maybe black shouldn't lose by force. Okay, I mean bishop d7,
Mhm.
and still I should.
I thought maybe rook c1, e4, bishop e3.
Yeah, and then
same
bishop
way.
e3. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it was more clever, but okay, I didn't find this during the game. So
Everything is so good for white. So
yeah, but
it's-
it's just slightly better, but still pretty unpleasant for black.
Mhm.
Yeah, here I wasn't sure what to do because here maybe I should start with bishop f3 to cover e2 square because I mean, for example, in this position, let's say I play the same move. Okay, let's say h4. If c6, I can just take.
Oh.
Oops.
Yes. once again, double click. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Just with the mouse. It's
yeah,
not
sure.
working somehow.
So takes. And here I take both pawns, d6 on a6, so I win one more pawn.
Mhm.
And now d5 doesn't seem to be too strong because here you don't have this rook e2 move. At least it's very unpleasant. This rook e2, but okay, I thought that anyway I should be better here. And basically here I wanted to prevent this c6 idea, but I did nothing. Okay, here I thought maybe my opponent would play bishop b5, but he went to the first line, and here to tell the truth I wasn't so sure if I can take for many times, because okay, it looks very promising for white, but maybe it wastes most of the advantage. So let's say rook a2, and okay, it looks like white should win somehow, but who knows, maybe black will be able to find some counterplay. So okay, maybe bishop f1 or bishop f3 and then check and rook e1, okay, so some complications. I really didn't want to rush into something like this, so that's why I played more solid move. But here I think my advantage is almost, it's now very little because I think I don't have enough time to play f3 because of all this f5 stuff. Maybe I should have started with f3, but okay, I wanted to play more solid and maybe to prepare for bishop f1. Rook c4, okay, here I think it's almost equal, but somehow after f3 it's not so easy for black to find the move. Maybe queen e5 to provoke something like f4, f5 at some point. But okay, I can play rook c3, so I'm not forced. And here f5 maybe. So that was actually the line. I didn't want to appear, but I couldn't do much. So maybe I should start with bishop f3, but then rook g6, so it's not so... with some precise play, black should keep the equal position, or maybe try to get some counterplay even. But after queen e7, okay, I don't think my opponent was in some kind of time trouble, but he had like 10 minutes and he obviously didn't want to calculate anything. So that's why, okay, I just played all my necessary moves. And now, okay, I'm trying to take on a6 simply to win a pawn. And now it's no more good for black, obviously, because, okay, all four pieces are taking e4 pawn, which is protected, well enough. So rook f6. Maybe I could play with king g2, but then rook g6 or queen e5, so I thought just this is enough. Rook d8. And here, to tell the truth, I wanted to play this move to keep some more ideas like bishop a6. But somehow I thought maybe his idea was to d5, to play d5 simply. And somehow, at least it's more easy for black to defend his position, because, okay, of course they will be a pawn down, but still now it's it's obvious what to do. It's pretty obvious what to do, and my king is a little bit weakened. So I thought bishop d5 is a clever move. Maybe it's not the strongest, but it's from a practical point of view, it's very good. Takes. Okay, it was a tricky take with pawn, trying to cut his rook off of the play. But rook f5, f4, and okay, of course, white is much better here, but I'm not sure if it's really a good idea, because rook on e5 is still attacking d5 pawn. So, okay, of course, if I exchange
h5
all...
h5 somehow, and
and then h5.
keeps the rooks there.
Yeah. So, maybe I can use some rook endgame, but I really doubt this rook endgame will even appear. And rook d5 just simply gives the advantage. Okay, rook d3 I think is good enough, just to make him to protect the 6 pawn with all his pieces. Yeah, and his position maybe is not so bad, but the problem, he's absolutely out of good moves here. So he should play like maybe king h7, g6, h5, and then just to play queen e7 and queen f6 maybe. It's the most clever. And okay, I improve slowly because my position is very pleasant. Yeah, on the other hand, he can try to give away d6 pawn, but then okay, I just pawn up without, and my structure remains good. It's not about e takes d5 anymore. Yeah, but here okay, it was a trap, because after queen e1, suddenly black's queen is in deep trouble. So after rook c3, I have two ideas to how to win this queen. First of all, I want to play rook d4 and rook c1, and then queen c2 and rook d1. So maybe the most clever is queen b1, but now I play rook d3, and the idea is rook c1. So okay, maybe it's not so logical to win the game
very
with these
unusual
moves.
trap.
Yeah, very unusual, but okay, at least this queen is... finally, he made an active move, and it wasn't really a good idea, I think. Yeah, okay, here maybe something like a5 or a5 should be played to keep the queen on the board, but I mean, I can still take with rook over the pawn or anything, because it's okay. If this position was much better, this position is absolutely winning, of course. Yeah, and he played just rook 8, but after queen c2 it's I mean it's easy to notice that. He could also play, I think, rook g6 here. Yeah, rook g6 also move, some kind of an only one. But okay, I mean, okay, even h5 maybe is good. h5, rook g5, rook d4. And okay, but in general, I don't believe this position can be saved somehow. Yeah, but yeah, okay. The idea is with rook on g6 after queen c2. Oops, after queen c2, he gets this queen e1 move, and yeah, and now somehow he's already attacking me. Yeah, but I mean, maybe even here his queen is still trapped. I mean, f4. I mean, it looks very, very unusual, but maybe it really works. And now e5. And I mean, it looks like queen on e1 is still trapped. So, okay, it's very.
But what's your next move? Rook d1, yes?
Oh yeah, of course, rook d1. So maybe f5 is necessary. But okay, it's. I mean, it's too brilliant. If it really works, it's anyway too brilliant. Okay, but now, okay, of course, rook endgame. Even rook endgame is winning. Or h5. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's it.
So it was maybe a psychological loss, you know, he was passive all the time and he couldn't take it anymore, and finally he had an active
maybe
move.
it was just a blunder, no? Okay, so of course it's about psychology, because it's very unpleasant to stay on the 2 back ranks for the whole game, but okay, after this, yeah, okay, I mean, I was pleased, yeah, so I can finish the game with such a nice trap.
Yeah, very unexpected trap, really easy.
Yeah,
to
a
miss.
little.
Okay, congratulations on your game.
Congratulations.
Hope you come tomorrow with a good result too.
If you win today, I'm pretty sure
maybe I will do
world
substitute after
champions.
this game. Eh?
Oh, maybe.
No idea.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. So this was a very good game, but in the end, still some fight needed, you know, to win the game.
Yeah.
From Krivorichko side, but he just blundered the queen.
Yeah, but the position
Actually, he was
not
looking for all these queen traps. How come he just blundered the queen?
What do you mean he was looking?
Because it was always, you know, he was always threatening to win the queen. When he entered the a1.
No, but after queen a1, that's game over.
No, it's not game over. As you see, the rook g6.
No, rook g6 is also should be losing.
But there are still some fight going on. It's not so. I mean, it's not so.
Oh, you mean
easy.
that he completely missed the idea that the queen is trapped?
Yes,
that even at this point,
say why he enters on a1.
No, enters on a1. He wants to activate the queen somehow, and then rook c8 next move. That makes sense.
Yeah, but he misses this rook c3.
Rook c3, and I think even now he didn't realize that the queen can be trapped. That's the
probably.
problem. But this is already too late. So rook g6. But what is your next move? You don't have a next move even.
Well, actually, I don't know.
I can go e5. Just win the pawn on d6. Push it to d7.
King h7.
Okay, you want to trick me. I can see that. Even this is winning. Okay, the queen at least saved. Yes.
Maybe e5. I can play rook e6.
Rook e6.
Not so easy.
And rook e1. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
But maybe now I trap your queen. Oh, no, I don't trap your queen. Because you got rook e2. Okay. So rook g6 was a better move to go, but...
Yeah, it was probably the only move.
I don't believe that is white.
Yeah, still white is much better, but
white is clearly winning, I would say, but yeah.
It's not so easy.
Yeah, still he would have found
something. We are looking, but we don't see a clear plan, you know. So maybe he can get some active play because of the king's position. But anyway, he won the game, and he also...
So Moisenko Grishchuk was a draw?
Most probably this game was
decided.
That's it.
Russia
finished.
won. That's it.
Oh.
So maybe we already can congratulate them.
Yeah, they even if they drew tomorrow,
They all drew their games after
Yeah.
that. Why they actually Karyakin Korobov draw actually this match?
Yeah, Karyakin probably seen Nepomniachtchi having good
yeah,
position.
but Karyakin normal. But why Korobov drew?
He cannot play for a win at all.
This is
here.
no chance at all.
No chance at all. Why I'm just standing there.
Rook
No
D,
chance.
Rook
at all.
D4. Yes, you are waiting. What to do?
No, white is slightly better here, but also it's quite hard to. White could push, but he take a look. He was going back and forth for some time. He was looking around. He was waiting for other matches.
Yeah, other matches exactly.
So he's seen Kramnik equalizing and Grishchuk equalizing, and Nepomniachtchi has very big advantage. So that's why. So Russia won 2.5, 1.5. And
probably they will become world champions.
Yes.
Tomorrow, if they beat Egypt.
Even if they don't beat Egypt.
No.
If they drew against Egypt, they also take a look on additional score. Even now, before this game, Russia has 18 points when Ukraine had 17 points. And today they even had one point.
Tomorrow maybe 3-1 win.
If Ukraine wins 4-0
anyway,
against Armenia
sure
and Russia draws against Egypt, then they share the first prize. So it's just all right. So Russia is, unless some surprises like yesterday when Egypt almost beat Ukraine, but I don't think this could happen to Russia when they are so close.
Yeah. So finally Russia, after a long time,
wins world champion.
Unsatisfied results. Will win this world championship.
Yeah.
And probably they actually started very bad.
But they had a tough start,
loss.
Armenia first round and USA second.
One draw, one loss, and then they came back incredibly well,
Yeah. But it's a close tournament. It's really hard to tell. It's not an open tournament.
And also, in tournaments like this, sometimes a loss in the beginning can tell you many things. You just got the lesson. So maybe there's something wrong. You start to play much more concentrated in each game.
Yeah, and actually, the same problem was in Ukraine. They won first five
games. Later on, they started maybe get
They won 6 games, didn't they? No, 5.
No, first 5 games. Later on,
but there was an unfortunate rest day, I would say so. Because yes, I'm pretty sure.
So they are losing the
when you are winning, you don't want a break. If you lost a game, you really need a break, right? To come down, to put yourself back together. But when you are winning, if you stop, you lose these emotions of winning, the concentration. You really tend to relax motivation gets away. That was the problem.
Probably.
Unfortunate rest day for Ukraine. I would say so. One of the reasons, of course. So just quickly take a look what's going on in Armenia playing Netherlands.
Oh, Barış came. Barış?
What did he do? We don't know.
What happened?
Yeah, I won my game.
You won. Oh, congratulations. Barış has won his game. We were checking Russia-Ukraine match, but we forgot to check Turkey.
Oh, actually, Turkey is winning the match, at least very, very close to winning.
Come here.
Please come.
Let's see your game. Let's check your game together. First of all, I congratulate you.
Thank you.
For your win.
Sit. Congratulations. So we have Grandmaster Esen Baris, who just won game on board number 4 against Ray Robson with white, bringing victory.
Maybe not for sure, but it's still 2
No, but
games.
Solak's not gonna lose this one. Okay, maybe Akuban Janemre, but I don't see how Black can lose this.
At least they draw. Huh?
He was better.
He was better, but on the final position he was not better.
Actually, Yilmaz was much better in the end game.
Why don't you show us the game first, and then we can take a look. So please tell us what.
We are told that you have to speak a little bit more loudly.
Because this microphone.
Okay.
Or maybe closer, yeah.
People cannot hear you.
Okay. This Grünfeld line against G3 system. Knight A3, C3, take Castle, c5, e3.
This is whole theory, yes?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
prepared it?
No, I
If
have.
not
I
a
have.
secret.
I have a lot of games.
Okay.
Queen e2. Okay, here bishop f5 and knight d5. Bishop f5, rook d1. Here he took. Okay, I had no idea. This is d4. I think there are two main moves here: queen a5 and queen b6.
Mm-hmm.
I think queen b6 is best. What I knew. And some okay. There is bishop d2, bishop b2, and knight d2. I think I played both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the game
Mm-hmm.
he took early. He took cd4 and rook c8. Okay, now I started to think what can be his idea. Here, I thought maybe I can jump knight e5 here, but I'm not sure. Maybe he will just take knight d7. Maybe it's just fine. Maybe knight e4, knight e5 is okay, not the best reaction.
Maybe f4.
For maybe just some queen a5.
What about that pawn?
My knight is also a bit out of the game. Maybe
Yeah.
knight
Okay.
e5 next. Let's say
Mm-hmm.
queen a5, bishop b7, rook b8, then bishop go back and knight e5 maybe.
Knight?
e5.
Oh. Yes, I think it works. Oh, but there is a fork on c4.
Bishop f3 key move because there is
Protect subconsciously. I protected the queen.
okay, I didn't like this d5.
Yeah, it's very
Okay, you can-
demanding. You know, if you
Yeah.
do something wrong, you might be just worse.
Yeah,
So-
okay, I played bishop d2, which is very logical. Okay, normally I want to put my knight on b3. Let's say knight d2, knight b3.
Mhm.
Then bishop on d2 on
Mhm.
e1. I want to do this one, but probably knight d2 is not possible. Maybe e5. Yeah, I couldn't calculate that, but
d5 is not good here.
d5, knight d5. Always
Oh,
knight
and the rook?
c3.
No, I saw takes on d5 and d4,
Queen d4.
and no knight b3. Okay, let's show to our audience. So knight c3 is threatening. So
Yeah,
takes,
yeah,
e4 and queen d4. Rook
Yeah.
is hanging.
yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm not trapping your queen, unfortunately, because you have queen c3, the only move. Yeah.
Even knight d4 probably.
Oh yeah, knight d4. Yeah. So okay. And if and there is no knight b3 because the pawn on e4 is under attack. Yeah. Yeah. If black plays e5 and takes, I think he's
Yeah.
the bishop is
Yeah,
working.
d5 he is coming first, bishop d3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This also doesn't work. You just crush my center. And okay,
Mhm.
bishop d2 is good, I think. You know, there is a difference between CD, CD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go back the line. Let's say rook d1, queen b6, and here immediately bishop d2 is not good. I already played this move in this position, but there is queen a5 in this position, which is best move.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c4, then queen a6.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm under king. Okay, he took cd, cd, my bishop, he cannot
Oh.
queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the difference. I think it's transposed my game. Bishop d2, he played queen b6. Okay, I thought bishop e4, queen d5 maybe,
Mm-hmm.
because okay, queen b6 is not forced. Maybe I thought maybe bishop e4 and queen d5 can be his idea because he didn't play with queen, but I thought maybe I have just bishop e1. Let's say if queen d5, maybe I have knight b5.
Knight somewhere.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, of course. Maybe I'm
Yeah, knight is
Okay,
somewhere.
okay. If this idea is also not working. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Game was. It's transposed my game.
Okay.
Yeah. I played this position with Grandmaster Hanjar Odev in 2010 in Turkish League. I think 3 years ago.
Maybe he checked this game. He
No.
No, the move order
He
was
had.
different.
Okay, move order is different, and he had no time. He
He
spent.
was thinking a lot of.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
maybe did not prepare well for the game. What do you say? Or maybe he was not expecting playing you. Is it what? Maybe he was not expecting for Ripato
no,
not
it's
to
my
play.
main line.
No, I mean maybe he didn't know he was gonna play you.
No, okay.
Because Ripato
okay, he
was,
could prepare in the morning. Kind of.
yes, you're
he
right.
had
I
5
forgot
hours.
about that. Yes.
So it's surprising that he didn't know this.
Maybe. Okay, maybe he didn't expect it. My bishop d2.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Maybe.
Okay. In this position, h3, I think still my game, because I didn't want to play immediately knight d2 instead of h3, because he can play some bishop g4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, f3, just go back. Now I have
For some
also some
weaknesses.
weakness.
Mhm.
Maybe sometimes knight d4 can work. Okay, I played h3, bishop e4, very logical, bishop f1. I think still my game. Okay, I don't remember exactly, but I think it's my game still. Then he played bishop h6, very strange move. But
Maybe he
Yes,
didn't
I
like
saw
knight
this
g5.
position.
No, I understand his idea. No, my idea is knight d2, knight
Mm-hmm.
b3, less. Okay, knight d2,
Uh-huh.
bishop d5, then rook b1 is my idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I play some bishop d5 if I'm not mistaken, instead of bishop a6. Okay, bishop a6 is very interesting idea. Okay, I want to look how many minutes he had after bishop h6. Okay, it was
16.
some new position and he had 21 minutes.
Really?
On his clock.
Yeah. Okay,
It was
I
for
wrote.
such a long time.
Okay, then okay, bishop h6. I understood his idea. Very tricky, by the way.
What is
Okay,
it?
let's say if I play knight d2, he has rook takes d4. Very tricky move. E d4.
Takes.
Yeah, knight d4.
It's just trapping your queen.
Okay,
And
let's say
going-
queen e4. Take, queen b4. No, sorry. First knight f3 check. No.
Knight f3.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's say king g2. He take queen b4. Black is maybe winning.
Yeah, the knight has no place.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
cannot protect your
Yeah.
knight. Maybe knight b1.
Rook e1 is hanging.
Rook e1 is hanging. You're right.
Knight it was
So there is no move.
yeah.
So that was his
Actually,
idea.
It was a trap, yeah.
No, let's say rook d4. Still very interesting. If I play knight d4 now, I think he has rook d1. Knight b6, rook a1, knight c8, knight e5.
Bishop g2,
Bishop g2 and
knight d3.
no, knight d3. I'm not sure. No, not bishop f3. Bishop f3. Just queen d2.
Maybe go on knight e4. Maybe.
No, queen is.
Why
Yeah,
knight
maybe.
d3?
No, check and king escapes maybe. So bishop g2 looks very dangerous for white, but
Okay, rook against queen now.
Rook against queen?
Yeah.
only one rook for
Ah.
the queen. Yes.
So
Maybe
this is
bishop
not
d3.
working.
Why not? I'm still not giving up. Queen d2.
Yes.
d4.
a5, queen a5.
b6.
But the queen takes.
Ah, yeah, queen takes e5.
Yeah.
No, I said knight c6.
Uh-huh.
And if queen b4, maybe also knight c6. But still, maybe even if you give away that bishop king h2, I have only.
So then knight f2, bishop b.
Oh, wait a minute, knight e7. Some trick. White is winning.
No,
Maybe it doesn't work.
I'm not sure.
Okay, black maybe have this anyway, just to secure a draw. I guess
But
takes.
yeah,
Yes.
let's say this
Takes.
What
The
the-
bishop's hanging.
bishop takes b7. Now
It's a
how
draw.
easy? I'm attacking both pawns and his knight is out.
Oh,
of
you
the
mean
game.
black could be in trouble.
Maybe knight d3. Knight d3. Then if I take knight b4, maybe. Still not easy. Okay, I can take knight d7.
Some chances for white.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a draw, but some chances.
Okay, maybe I couldn't calculate well. I thought
Mhm.
rook d, there is rook d4 and no, he had to take.
So what did you play? What-
Okay, I first played knight c4, queen b5. Also, I didn't expect this move.
Looks very awkward.
No, I think a very good move. I
Oh, really?
expected I expected queen a6
Mm-hmm.
here. Then I thought a4. Okay, queen b5. Now I spend my whole time. Actually, after
Is he?
queen,
He's going to h5 or?
yeah,
Ah,
sometimes
mhm.
h5, sometimes
So if
d5.
a4, queen h5. Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
now very interesting.
But queen h5, there is no g4. You take on take, I bishop g2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
So
see
what about
what
a4
other-
here?
Okay, a4. I think
Maybe queen d5. Knight d2.
no, a4, queen f5 is a very good move.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
Knight c d3, then bishop c2.
a4, what do you play?
Queen f5.
Queen f5.
Okay, now,
Okay, it's a very complicated position.
Yeah,
so
okay, let's go
so
to-
many options for both
okay,
sides.
let's check this a4. Okay, a4. Okay, I think knight c2 is immediately equalizing. Okay, it was another one of the choice. Okay, let's queen f5. I think best. If knight c d2, I think bishop c2 is very good move. Okay, rook c1, then knight b4, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, looks very good. And now bishop d3 coming,
Yeah.
if anything. Yeah. So what happened?
Okay, I played. Okay, he had no time. I wanted to keep tension. Okay, I could play maybe knight c d2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say after my rook d c1. Okay, he had 13 minutes and he spent his 10 minutes here after my rook d7, which is very complicated. Okay, not easy to find the best move. Okay, there is queen d5, queen f5, queen h5, a lot of tricky position.
So he took just that's a
Yeah.
desperation, I guess.
Yeah.
Now you get just a free advantage. Oh, so did you calculate this?
Yeah, but I made miscalculation. Okay, rook c1. I thought he cannot enter this position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, rook d4. I thought after knight d6 I am winning when I played rook d7.
Oh, yes, knight d6.
But knight d6 is bad move.
Queen
Uh,
f1.
Queen f1. Yeah, I
Ah.
missed this queen f1. I
queen
thought.
f1.
Yeah, usually you can take on a take back with the rook,
Yeah.
but in this case,
Yeah, I thought that he
It's-
cannot
it's-
take rook c1, knight b5. I am attacking his rook, but first queen f1. Now my knight is under
Mhm.
attack and
rook d1.
rook
is coming.
d1 is coming. Okay, I thought it doesn't work. What to do? Now I spent a lot of time here, but here he had 3 minutes. Very interesting.
Mhm.
Position is very complicated. Maybe I had 25 minutes. I thought first
Okay.
maybe queen a3 here, because if he takes, he will be under pin.
Mhm.
Okay, I
You just
spent a
take
lot
on
of time.
e7 and attack.
Yeah, let's say
Mhm.
queen a3. I think he will take c4.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let's say rook c4, and let's say queen e7. I think he has rook e4, which is very good move. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I take queen e4, he has queen f1, and he's pawn up. If I give check, queen e8.
Mm-hmm. And you're just losing here.
Yeah.
But maybe you have some other move.
Let's say queen d3, he has queen b1. He's also attacking my bishop.
Queen d3, queen e5.
Okay,
you
queen-
mean.
yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, yeah, I think it doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't work.
He played knight d3. Now it doesn't give nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he had to play queen d7. Okay, I wanted to keep.
Rooks on board,
Rooks,
of course.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think unclear position. But okay, in this unclear position, he had maybe 1 minute, and I
You
had
don't
to.
want to have 1 minute in this
Yeah.
position
Yeah.
against 20-30 minutes.
Okay, b6. Queen e2, I think good move because my bishops are a bit passive. I wanted to play queen b2, some bishop c3 maybe. Okay, 4 a3, rook e4. Okay, when his time is finishing, he makes move till 2 seconds. He's
Really? He's
thinking
really
and
thinking.
yeah, okay, position is very complicated. What should he do? Okay, first I took opened file, h5, bishop a6. I think it's a very tricky move. Okay, I asked him, will you give me 8 rank or not? Okay,
He
played.
did.
Yeah,
Okay, in
because-
time trouble.
Okay, let's say if he plays some rook f8 or rook b8, I think I have one trick idea. Bishop d3 was my idea. Yeah, now where rook will go? Now bishop c4. That's the trick. He cannot give his rook. Then he had to give maybe.
Oh wait a minute. So
H rank.
sorry, h3 pawn is hanging, but
You mean rook e3?
maybe takes and queen h3, but
Okay, 3 pawns against piece.
which is not enough in this position. But the king is
Maybe
exposed.
enough. But okay, bishops are very strong.
Yeah, I think what should be better. So
Queen
Queen
G2,
G2,
bishop B4,
yeah. So you tricked him into giving you the
Yeah,
back rank.
bishop-
Bishop is all in
Yeah.
time trouble. I don't think anyone could hold this position with.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's it. Yeah, game over.
Yeah.
So just he didn't manage to organize his.
Yeah, then
moves.
bishop d5, yeah. Okay, here I had also 30 seconds.
Oh,
Okay, I won some 1 minute here by repeating and I found and bishop e7, which is winning. Okay, it was not easy.
and there is no back rank, anything.
Yeah. First I wanted to take his rook by bishop b3. Okay, but bishop b3, rook b4, a b4.
Three
I
pawns,
thought maybe h4.
Mhm.
Okay, he can give mate me.
No,
but
your
okay,
bishop
maybe.
is stronger than his rook. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Now I thought at least I have rook h8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he cannot take. Here also, okay, I had no time, but I thought maybe rook g8 is also winning. But I was not sure. Rook g8.
And just in time trouble, you go for. Oh, it's just a checkmate. Okay.
Yeah,
Almost. Okay, very complicated game.
yeah.
Strangely, he was not prepared in the opening.
I'm not sure. Maybe he prepared.
Oh, and maybe you tricked him with bishop d2 and he couldn't find anything
Yeah.
better than to
Maybe
go
he
for
didn't
your game.
understand the difference. The
Mhm.
CD.
Maybe you're right.
Okay, which is not easy if he doesn't know before the game,
But-
which is not easy.
Anyway, you played very well in the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You calculated lots of variations,
yeah.
and in the end, he blundered. But it's normal with time trouble.
Yeah.
It's normal. Such a complicated position. What do you think?
In time trouble, you are supposed to blunder. So
Also, it's very complicated position. You know,
yeah,
many pieces on the board.
all the pieces
All
on the
the
board. You
pieces
know,
on
it's
the
very
board.
time
And they are
consuming
active,
positions.
You know, all the pieces are active. All of them are active. You know, each if 2 or 3 pieces are active, you can just calculate the variations. But all of them active pieces. You know.
Even
Rooks
sometimes
active,
computer cannot
yeah,
figure out these
yeah.
positions because so many options.
Mm.
Yeah, sometimes.
So what do you think about this position, Barış? Akopyan Can, which is important now if
I think it's an easy draw
Emre
for
manages to make draw now.
Yeah.
Turkey
Just knight
wins this
c5,
match,
no?
but looks like an easy draw. What do you think?
Okay.
Do you understand maybe the king? comes
Okay,
here?
for me maybe not easy. I'm generally cannot hold this kind of position.
Really?
Yeah, it's maybe my main problem in chess. But I think Emre can do it.
But I don't know
I believe-
why it's not easy.
Maybe White can also try to go
No,
king
but
b4.
I'm trying to go with
Let's
the
say
king. Yes,
bishop e2, then
and king
king
comes to b.
d2 b4.
King d2 and
Maybe
b4.
black should go with
Maybe
the
rook
king.
c6, rook a6.
Mhm.
If he puts a5, probably he can.
Rook c6, rook a6. Yes, it's a good idea to get
Maybe
rid
I
of this.
do something like this.
Yes.
No, maybe you shouldn't force anything. Maybe just go with the king. I don't see a way to attack this h6 pawn. That's why I can.
Yeah, also this is good actually.
Oh,
King.
sorry.
King.
King
Oh,
nowhere.
maybe now you can take on.
Ah, with the king here, maybe I can take.
Maybe,
But
maybe
e5.
not.
Why not?
Or
Just-
maybe
it's
you
a
can
fortress.
take. No, but
It's
you
just a
cannot-
fortress. King d6.
No, but you cannot take with the c pawn. Ah, you will just
No,
play
there's a
C-
check.
C-
Some knight
But
jumps,
where to check?
Oh, win a pawn.
Knight takes e4.
and now
okay.
I'm winning.
You're right.
Knight comes to d6.
So it's
So the king cannot cross the
king
c
cannot,
file
yeah.
because I
No,
take
but I
it.
think it's still not easy.
You mean this?
Yeah, after e5, because king will go b5, maybe b6.
But I don't know.
I just don't do anything.
No,
But
if
there is
some
no-
suksrang
there is
can
no
be
threat.
suksrang, I think. No, if
Ah, you mean the
if I
bishop
put-
on f5, rook on a5 here?
no, if my king on b6, if my
But
rook
now
on
rook
a5,
e8, rook e8, and then e4. What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Or even rook f8.
Oh, the
f5.
problem is I cannot leave the 8th rank.
You can also play rook f8 and f5.
Mm-hmm.
Both
yeah, maybe
ideas.
just
Both ideas.
just is the
We
maybe.
made it's not such a.
But still, maybe there is knight d7 here.
97
Yeah.
takes, check, check on c5, and then somewhere with the rook.
Maybe some mate.
maybe white has before doing
Well,
this.
actually,
Maybe
bishop-
bishop c2.
There actually, this is bishop takes d5 idea. It looks like a good
It
idea.
always white has to be
Yeah,
careful about that.
Yeah, if you go to with the king on d6,
Black could be better
Yeah.
with her, actually. If so, white needs to keep the bishop on this diagonal. So maybe bishop c2, but then this
But
c4
still
pawn
doing
I
nothing,
can
the
maybe
bishop
maybe
doing-
attack it somehow.
very bad bishop actually.
Yeah, maybe he has just bishop d7, bishop c6, and knight e6, knight d4.
Oh yes, that's a good
Maybe,
idea.
Yeah.
No, the problem is black cannot be worse in this position
Yeah.
because
No,
white has a bad bishop.
No, strategically black is better in this position
Yeah.
because of black squares.
yes, so yeah, actually, takes. Oh, this is a position now on the board. He's considering to take on c5, I see, on d5. No, okay, very good.
Can we just briefly see Solak's game against Kamsky?
Oh,
What
so
happened?
Kamsky couldn't take it anymore. Oh, not couldn't take. He couldn't protect all of his pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave.
Solok is close to winning here.
What is the last position?
This is a I don't know how about transmission, but it's the last position that we can see.
He can take b7.
He
He's
can take
thinking
this.
to take or not to take.
Yeah, but he can take here and then go back to b5 and have the same position, but
No,
with extra
maybe
pawn.
rook d d1,
But
some
rook
tactical.
d1, this is some problems over there.
Rook d1,
Yes.
but I will hide on h3. That's
Yeah,
the
but
problem.
g5.
What's next?
Maybe f4, king f3.
No, I think Solak would win this, actually. I think he
Yes,
should
he-
take on e5, because if you... this is also an option to take here.
Yeah, maybe we take on b7. Why not taking on e5? Because you don't give any chance.
Maybe the problem is that I take and do this, and how can you improve your position? What do you do?
With white.
Yeah.
Let's say h4 first.
Wait.
Well, I cannot go until b7 with the pawn.
What I'm
Rook on
considering,
e8,
and then with
I
the
play
king...
f4, king f3, king takes f3, f4.
No, that's a draw.
But that's a draw.
You need the f pawn.
Yeah.
But I have the pawn on g6. I will not let you do anything there.
I cannot give the h5.
I will
the
not
h5.
take it. I will not take it.
You will not take
So, but maybe you can win this e5 pawn. So it's important to realize whether this
can
is
win this.
yes. Let's just take a look what's going on here. You just don't let my king out. No, but I do a waiting move, and you do a waiting move. That's the problem. That is the problem. I cannot escape unless I exchange that pawn, and that is, I don't know. That's a draw.
Or if he
Mhm.
creates some pass pawn by h5. But still.
So maybe this is not winning with the pawn on h. So that's why I would. He's considering, he's trying to figure out maybe just rook b7 and that is winning. Just he's figuring out what if I put the pawn on b7.
No,
Maybe
also-
that's winning because
also-
that is forced. Black cannot do anything about it. If
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
if
you are
no,
right,
he
I
would take
agree.
here.
Yeah,
if
I
no,
think rook e5 should be.
yes, but maybe rook b7 is a clear win. You take on b7, put the pawn on b7. Maybe that's winning.
Yeah,
He's trying to figure out. If
Yeah.
it's not winning, he would just take this pawn and just do what he did before with huge advantage.
And now also there is another idea. If you take on b7,
Mhm.
take king h6, maybe it just protects the pawn on c2 or somewhere d2.
But then my king is free to go.
No, but I can play f4 and knight king f3. Ah, no, you're coming.
No, that's not good. Doesn't
Yeah,
work.
it doesn't look good.
Doesn't work. But I believe this could be winning.
h4 looks like a good move.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I just do nothing. What is your plan?
Rook b5, maybe. King g7.
King g3.
King g7.
King g3.
I just
Always.
check and go back.
I think it's true.
That might be just a draw. actually.
f4.
Maybe now h5. And the thing is, if you take, then I just push my pawn to b7, and I might be winning.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no,
But
I'm not
there's
winning.
h pawn now.
There's h pawn always
No,
distracting.
no, you cannot play now.
No, it seems like a draw
yeah,
actually.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
cannot play now f4 and when the king on is h3, check king h3 and then f4.
No, but why do you need rook b5 for that? You can go f4 now. Takes king f3.
King f3, yes, okay.
Okay, no, you
No,
can.
but you just first play some move,
Yes,
b4,
yeah.
b5,
b4, I'm waiting.
until b6.
No, but I put my rook here.
I just go to b6.
Your pawn, okay, you have to protect it.
Yeah.
But I attack again. e4 is threatening. No, that's
Ah,
not
you
good.
just
That's
protect it,
just
yeah.
that's not good. So he just has to take on e5.
So maybe this
With
is
huge
this is
advantage.
draw. Maybe he has to
Prob-
take on e5.
Yeah.
Take on e5 and go back.
But
Oh,
he's
but
afraid of
that's a
this.
problem.
He's afraid
That's
of
a
this.
problem. Now the rook is where it belongs.
Yeah,
And now
but
rook
we have-
f7, and I just wait.
No, f4, f5 idea also. f4, h4, he can change one pawn and I can create another.
And but still.
No, but I think very good chance for him because
Mm.
Black's position is very passive.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right. Now f5 is the
Okay,
game,
not
yeah.
easy to win, but maybe the main
Yes, you
question
would-
not easy to hold. I mean,
Yeah, you would play rook b6, rook b5, and then king g4,
yeah,
f5,
h4, king g4.
h4. Maybe he keeps the h pawns just in case, and then
Mhm.
f5. Yeah, good chances for a win. But he's trying to figure out maybe rook b7 is winning. He's trying all of these ideas with the pawn on b7, or maybe with the rook on second rank. It's not easy
Yeah,
to
it's a,
to
it's a
realize
critical
it.
decision now he has to make.
Yeah.
So okay,
So
let's,
Turkey is
let's
winning.
sum up the situation.
Turkey is
USA.
winning.
Turkey not for sure winning. It depends on the situation. If our last board
I-
makes draw or.
But here black is slightly
if he
better. I
holds
don't
his
know
position.
what could happen here. Yes, sir, actually your idea rook c6 he
He
played.
played,
and
which
now
is
rook
not
a5.
good maybe. Yeah, maybe king
No, but
k8
what is
then.
white's next move? And now king comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, black just can't be worse here. Black has a better pawn structure because of the bishops.
Yeah. I
Maybe
agree.
the only problem is h6 pawn, theoretically in long-term
Yeah,
future.
yeah,
but
but-
for now I
But
cannot
if
see.
it takes the knight, then who's
The
how
rook
will
only,
play
only
that?
the rook, but you will not get it in. So this is even slightly better for black, but of course, white's gonna play for a win.
So this is.
So Turkey is very
Turkey
close to
is,
winning.
Very close
Russia beat
to win
Ukraine.
this match.
China versus Germany.
Yeah. What happened in this? China?
Henkin made a draw with
Draw.
white against Lee. I guess he just pushed d5 at some moment. Yeah, just not much to talk about here. Yu has beaten Baramidze. Some desperate say. Oh, he catched him on the variation. Baramidze was at this moment, he had like 20
Oh,
minutes or
knight
30
h2
minutes.
also is just finished. Look. They see
Knight
the-
h2. Oh, that's just
He
a draw.
resigned.
No, how can he
His
resign?
draw?
It's just a draw.
What happened here? H draw. Yeah, F2 pawn is draw. Yes, you're right. So
It's just-
it was what the result?
So
Two
the
and
only
half,
win,
1.5, yeah.
China beat Germany.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Not to me.
Thanks to you.
China beat
And you.
Germany. Uh-huh.
China beat
Ah,
Germany.
they have some
That's
chance
the draw.
also.
Yeah, it's just
Okay, now Russia
Actually,
is first place, Ukraine and China sharing.
sharing. Yes,
Ukraine, China, and then the
Sharing
second.
sharing the
place.
second place.
So
By the way,
Ukraine,
what
Ukraine
is-
is actually second place now is in danger.
Yeah.
Yes, because now only half. Oh no, actually China is now second. Ukraine is third, according to additional. China had 16 and a half
Oh,
for now, and Ukraine had 17, but Ukraine lost and China
suddenly,
won.
can you imagine?
Half a point.
Suddenly, after the
Yeah,
sole
but
leading,
Ukraine should win against Armenia, which is not easy.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's never easy.
China will
tomorrow
play with
China
us.
plays with
Okay.
Turkey is also not easy.
Okay, compared to us, Armenia and us.
Well, you're also
So Armenia,
Now you
Nazar,
are
by the way,
getting better
how
and
could we
better.
have forgotten?
towards
Aronian,
the end of the tournament.
Aronian won with one
really?
pawn down.
Yeah,
that
that's
time.
what actually I
Unbelievable.
was looking for.
We expected this endgame to be unpleasant.
He had a very bad position. Later on,
yeah.
he
He
improved
was
his
found
position. Later on, he equalized, and in the end, he won. Miracle.
That is why he's 2800 player.
But
you know?
still, can you
Yeah.
imagine? But it's with the
I would
help,
never believe I
but
can lose
you know,
this
yeah,
one.
with the help of your opponent,
Of course, you never.
you just don't do the miracle.
Yeah,
but
but
you
I
know,
think-
that's why he's so strong. He forced
He is
opponent
very
to make
strong,
mistakes.
Yeah, maybe also psychologically, because I knew Anishkiri's result is very bad against Aronian.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
-3, I think.
Oh. And
Maybe
I think the
Who is minus three?
Anishkiri, okay, today
did he
minus-
win at all?
-4.
No, -4. I think
Maybe
this was the,
psychological.
I think this was the key moment.
But
He
look at this-
weakened.
But look at this position. He is a pawn up without
Yeah.
C4. Put the C4.
Oh yeah, that's it. He lost
Look at
eventually
this.
because of this C4
He
move.
can maybe play rook D2, rook C1, knight E3, many moves, you know.
No, rook E2.
Without booking in the position.
No, but that's the problem. Knight
maybe we should
E4.
take D3.
Or
And
knight
also-
E4 jumping around.
Or rook
Then
C-
attacking your. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that's a
I
blunder,
think
so-
here it's
So
not
maybe
easy.
knight E3. What which move?
He plays
Knight
some-
E3, go back, maybe like that.
Maybe like that. And then
Maybe knight F5, maybe.
No, but all black's pieces are active. I think black has decent compensation.
Yeah, I think here
So,
it's okay.
But his
Maybe
problems
we-
began after this move.
Black
He
have to
eventually, do you know why he lost? He lost the pawn on b3 and then the pawn on a4. Let's just take a look what happened. The knight came to
But
c5.
here already black has the compensation.
Black, I would say more than black. Just, no, just
He
moved
lost
the pawn.
Yeah.
And now just the king comes and we couldn't find anything to do against that. Just, that's it, you know.
He marched until a4. Can you imagine? He just
Yeah.
captured the pawn.
How did he realize this?
And meanwhile, what white is doing? Nothing.
We are wait for king b3. Come on, it's time to play king b3.
Look with the knight.
Oh yes, knight is cut off, king b3 is coming, game over. Impressive win by Aronian.
Also impressive lose by Giri,
Yeah,
you can say.
but you know he didn't blunder.
Yes.
He just move by move, little by little.
No,
he
he
just
made
lost
some
it.
blunders.
No, well,
Some
well,
strategical.
strategical inaccuracies. Blunder is a tactical,
you're
right?
right.
So that's the
Strategical
point.
dubious moves, let's
Yes.
say. Inaccuracies.
A few. So Tivakov Sargsyan is a draw. Petrosyan won. So Armenia beats Netherlands. Who is
Okay,
better? Do you know who is
I
better?
don't know. G5 is the threat.
Yes, G5. Maybe black is better. Is it possible black is winning?
Maybe it's possible.
Oh, this is a position on the board. Black is winning, unbelievable.
Probably he will take and will play king g5.
Takes. Or maybe he runs with the king there. Maybe that's his idea.
Why you can't play king
But rook
c3?
a2.
I don't understand. Play king c3 and take on b3?
No, but the H pawn would just come
You
in.
just take on b3, so what?
No, now
Rook E1.
two postpone now.
No, just you take your rook and another
Yeah.
pass pawn promotes.
Yeah.
You will not near
Ah,
me in
you have
time.
two postpones.
So,
You're right. It's,
But if he takes here, he's just not on time. King f1, king f5 is coming too, if anything. You're just not on time. I can even do this. You know, this is just losing. Black is winning. At least very big advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we evaluated this position as okay, Boris. We can, if you want to, we can
give
let
a
you go.
break.
You know,
Also,
maybe you
we
want
can
to
give a break.
relax.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
So, but how many games left? Maybe
no, there are so many games, you know.
Azerbaijan, Egypt are playing. Yeah, there are many games
So
left.
let's give a break.
So yes, we
and
for
then
sure take a break.
We will come back with the end of this round. We'll just have maybe some guests, or maybe we'll just sum up
Yes.
the matches of today.
Yeah.
So thank you, Barış, for coming
Thank
Yes.
you too.
And
See
we'll
you-
see you after the break.
soon. So stay with us.
Hello everyone, we are back with
Hello.
live transmission. We just were at the playing hall. Some unexpected mistakes and blunders were made in time trouble.
Yeah.
So a little summary of what happened. So I remind you that Russia beat Ukraine. There was a loss on board number 4. The rest ended in a logical draw. So Russia is now a sole lead, and it seems that nothing can stop that team from winning World Championship. So China beat Germany 2.5 for 1.5. Win on board number 4. The rest of the games ended in a draw. So China is also fighting for number 2 for second place. China also won. So Armenia, Netherlands, very unexpected results were made. So as we already know, Giri was beaten by Aronian unexpectedly. Petrosian beat Lamy, but very strange things were happening in the game at Van Valley. So when we were looking at this position at this point, I evaluated this as strategic, or at some point I thought it was strategically winning for white, but for some reason I assumed the knight must go to f5, and then it's bad. The knight comes to f6, but here forces the knight to go to f6. That's why I didn't like that white exchanged queens. If the queens were on board, white would easily checkmate black here. But with queens not on board, black's king is safe, more or less. So maybe white should have considered, I don't know, some king b1, then moving the queen away. I don't know, but I would try to keep the queens on board. And then knight f6 was played, still very unclear endgame. And 3 results could happen here. I was not very paying attention what happened here. And now actually black seemed fine because they always have counterplay with g5. The pawn on e5 was weak. I think Van Velle was pretty happy with his position right now, and I believe black should be okay. But actually Akopian was not the one to accept the repetition. So but it's okay, and now Van Velle played for a win, rook c4. I was right, he wanted to win. So, and this endgame, I thought only black can win here.
Yeah.
The h pawn is very strong, g5, king g6, I didn't really understand this move actually. Maybe g takes h4 was more natural. Oh, he forces black to, maybe he doesn't want for white to put the rook on h1 for free. So, actually here I was considering that maybe white, I thought white is still worse here, but probably that's a draw. We didn't use engines. But I thought that rook g1 might be the move here. And if king comes here, I wanted to do this and stay behind the pawn. So if you protect the f7 pawn, then I just do this and keep checking you. You cannot really make any progress. And maybe you should take that pawn, but then I take here, you take here, and that probably would be a draw. So that was my expectation, that white needs to make a draw, with putting the rook behind the pawn.
I'll interrupt you, Mihail.
Maybe rook
let's,
h8
let's
is-
go directly to this game because there is
Okay.
a time pressure,
Okay.
so we can check this.
So the most important
The
one
last
of
board of Turkey.
the last board, Turkey, USA,
So
Turkey.
USA desperately needs to win because in order to
Yes.
equalize
So
the
for white
match.
needs to win. USA is
Yeah.
losing, but it's really hard to break Black's fortress. And now B5 was played. Jean couldn't take it anymore. You know, he was
Yeah.
going back and forth for a while now. I'm not sure if it. Maybe he calculated well, but
this B5,
B5.
yeah, actually,
Black really wants to
I
exchange
wouldn't
those
have done
pawns.
it. It's very dangerous.
But okay,
I think it's a mistake, this B5. Okay, let's move on.
Let
because they
me-
are playing.
takes, and bishop e6. The knight is hanging. Sorry, I completely forgot about it. And the f7 pawn is now weak. Maybe black could, and entering the rook endgame is not good. Maybe like this. I think black should be. Oh, this is actually the position on the board. I guessed.
This is the position on it,
Yeah, knight e6.
but I don't like it too much. Maybe it's nothing. It's draw, maybe. Huh? What do you think?
The only thing I can think of is to bring the knight to f5 and eat the pawn on h6.
But without B5, I don't think.
He could have hold it. He
Yes,
could have
without
just been
playing.
waiting.
Yeah, I mean this is. I mean.
Or maybe not, you know, knight b4 was next move. If white brings in the king, black would be in trouble. Knight b4, and if you move away your knight, I push you knight d3, and you lose a pawn on e5.
yeah.
Knight b4 was threatening, and then to knight d3, and if you take on b4, I take with the king.
Yeah, but I don't understand why he played this bishop c8 move also.
They were going back and forth for a while, you
Yeah.
know. It was in time trouble, and he prepared b5
Mhm.
because, you know, king c3 is coming.
So you think this position can be holdable
Yes,
for
it,
black?
unless he blunders. Knight b6
Are you
was
sure?
played.
Because there are.
Okay, check, I guess. King
E3,
e3 or d2 maybe d2. Bishop e6.
bishop e6, but bishop e6 there is.
Oh, I just lose knight d7.
Yes.
Oh, maybe white is winning actually. In time trouble.
He made a mistake here. This is
Wait a
actually.
second, let me.
I don't like this b5 move. How come he can make such kind of move?
No, in that position it was already. I think black was in trouble. Knight b4, knight d3 coming. If you, what do you do? If you
No, but
exchange
we-
knights,
we
you will
should
not
have
hold it.
exchanged the knights before bishop takes d5. We checked it, you know.
Well, yes, but
When the king comes on c3.
it still was not. For example, I was checking. You mean with the knight on c5, somewhere
Yes,
somewhere
knight
at
on
this
c5.
point. Yes.
And you, what do you play here? You cannot go to c3 with.
Yes, he could have taken, but it's still not clear there indeed were Zugzwangs
What did you play?
available.
Rook c6.
Rook c6 was played.
Oh, this is losing.
Knight takes c8 was played.
And now bishop takes e6. Rook h7. This is losing on the spot.
The king can hide on g3. Came
Yeah.
over.
Also, he's losing all the pawns.
Oh, sorry, wait. Yes, knight c. There is intermediate check. He is considering it.
Knight
There is
f4.
intermediate check, but he didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
No.
He played so bad.
But this is also lost. Rook c8 was played. Bishop takes, rook h7. No, that's game over.
Well, actually, this
Wow,
is.
Akoban makes miracles in this tournament.
Well,
I thought Turkey is going to win.
Emre Can,
finally.
actually, he should have. I mean, he plays this kind of variations. I mean, he can defend very well. I don't understand what happened in this game. He just blundered.
I do understand. No, he didn't blunder. I wouldn't call it like that. Black was doing nothing, and white brought a king to the queen side. And now always king b4 is a trick.
Yeah, but he had this idea
He had,
of
okay, he could have.
bringing this big king. Or anyway,
But in this
it's
case
the
it-
only idea.
It actually, yes, but in this case it never worked because rook b6 is coming. But even if it works, for example,
But rook b6 is nothing. King e7 and f6. Why? What's
No,
wrong with the
okay.
king?
You're in Zugzwang.
Ah, here.
D6 is coming. Bishop F5. This is losing.
Ah, yeah.
But even let me imagine that you. I think this was, even if he could have had a position like this, even if he could have, I still don't think it's an easy way to go. Rook goes to A7. You cannot leave the 8th rank because I get in with my rook. If you keep on waiting, I bring my king.
Yeah, but I'm not going to wait. I can push on
No, my bishop
F5,
is on C2. You can do that.
F5, A4.
White won. That's it. So I think Akuban actually didn't let him to take on D5 at any moment. Oh, okay. White would answer with C takes D at some point. So it was a tough position for Jean. Or for example, this position I already don't like. Knight B4 is coming. You would have to take. For example, what do? It's some waiting move. Yes, let's say King G7. I go Knight B4, Knight D3 is coming. You take. If you go B6, I get in with my rook. Attack B6, your rooks move back. My king keeps on, and I think this is why White is winning already here. That was the problem.
I cannot attack the F3 pawn.
Oh my God! This is the end of the game.
No, this is not
Okay.
normal.
Okay, so USA made a draw against Turkey.
Well, actually,
Suffering.
this is again, we just, missed a chance of winning a match.
Yeah, indeed.
Or drawing against, for example, Ukraine. Barish made it, at last minute, we just.
So actually, we
missing
have
the
only
chances.
one game left. Amin Bassam is probably struggling against Durar Berli.
So Turkey versus Russia, USA is 2-2, which is a good result.
Okay,
for
I would
Turkey.
make a little summary because it seems that the game is about to end.
And
So Armenia beat Netherlands unexpectedly 3.5 to 1/2. Aronian was worse. Akopyan had a slightly worse endgame. And Tivekov, Sargisyan, logical draw. And Lamy blundered, though the position was not very good. 3.5, impressive win by Armenia. And if they beat Ukraine tomorrow, they can count on very high place here, even though they had some losses.
yeah,
So Armenia beat Netherlands 3.5 to 1/2. China beat Germany 2.5, 1.5. Only one win on last board. Ukraine lost to Russia, again a win on last board by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who was here with us commenting the game. And Turkey, USA barely saved the match. But we should respect Akobyan for in almost completely equal position. He was seeking the chances. He was always setting problems, not letting Black simplify the position. And I guess if Yilmaz knew that Jean would lose on board number 4, he would push maybe more hard. So USA saves the draw against Turkey. And Egypt
the last game also finished.
Egypt
Durar Berli has
unexpectedly lost 4-0. Yeah. Even though Amin Bassam had extra exchange, and I thought he was playing for a win.
You're right.
And then suddenly the A pawn just decided the game. And there we go. Impressive win by Azerbaijan. Ukraine could lose to Egypt, even Russia didn't beat them 4-0. But Azerbaijan managed, young guys. Beat Egypt 4-0.
But here, young guys, they suffered.
And they finally get their chance to to show their true power. So what do we have? So
let's see the points of the after the
there is
round.
no standings yet, but we can
But still
update
we can
it.
add,
So Ukraine lost. Ukraine still has 12 points. Russia won 13 points. China won 12 points, and Armenia won
10 points.
10 points.
It's like Eurovision Song Contest.
So clearly, the Russia plays Egypt tomorrow. So probably we can 99.9%
Yeah.
we can congratulate them with the win, because even a draw works for them.
Yeah.
I think. So
Most probably China and Ukraine will share the second places.
China
but
and
Armenia, if Armenia beats Ukraine,
Armenia gets to Ukraine. Armenia would
be on the second place, or maybe on the third place.
Second
China,
and
if
third.
China beats Turkey, then Armenia will be on the third place.
yes.
Which is also a very
But
good
if
result for
China doesn't beat Turkey, Armenia could be even second if they beat, which was not expected few
Yeah.
rounds back.
Look at also the position. United States, if they had win against they had
Today.
a win against Turkey, they also could have 10
Yeah.
points, and then they had a
Could
chance to
have.
have the third for a chance
Yeah.
to play for the third
So
place.
they beat Russia, but after that they just their level declined, and they are now far away from the leaders.
Yes.
So to sum up, Russia has 13 points, Ukraine and China has 12.
No, China 12.
Yes, China won, Ukraine lost.
Yes, Ukraine.
So
12.
13 Russia, 12 Ukraine and
Ukraine.
China, and only Armenia
10
has
points.
10 points. And Armenia is playing Ukraine, China plays Turkey,
Yeah.
and Russia plays Egypt. So
So tomorrow,
not yet.
for-
So
for
Russia
the-
clear first,
nothing
and
clear
second,
for the
third,
second and third
third
places.
place. It's not clear yet.
Tomorrow's matches will be very actually
Yeah.
decisive and interesting matches. So that's it for today.
Yes, for today
Tomorrow,
that would be
let's
it.
remind
Oh yes.
that tomorrow last round will start at 11 o'clock.
10. It says. Oh, 11.
Well, they changed now the
Oh,
time. It will start at 11 o'clock Turkish time.
Okay, thank you. I
so,
did not know that.
yeah, they made some kind of request that
Mhm.
it can start at 11 o'clock. So they all the other teams they accepted.
Mhm.
So tomorrow the last round starts at 11 o'clock a.m. with Turkish time.
Yes.
So don't forget to stay with us at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning,
Yes.
the last round of this World Chess Team Championship.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.